my bot has defied me. It may be a problem with streamer bot, not necessarily the bot itself. He's here, but he's not gonna be my bot tonight, it looks like. So it's a shame. But he is going to be there at least. Strange occurrences. Gung-ho! Ugh. That takes me back. And by takes me back, I mean back 2 or 3 years. I'm actually relatively new to this series. Now I say new, but I played every game up until Daybreak 1. I am two chapters in the Daybreak 1? Let's see. Sure, everything's on max. Everything's maxed out. 1 second here. Just pulling up my app. Okay. Like I said, I played every Trails game up until Daybreak 2. This is by far my favorite JRPG series I've ever played. As a whole, right? Not my favorite RPG in the series, but it is up there. I've not played a Trails game that I dislike. Oh, just little Estelle, the original Estelle.
Where's Dad? The guild said he'd be back today. Shara's gone training around the kingdom too. Oh, this sucks!
So these are all fully voiced, which is nice. The original...
Maybe I should practice with my staff some more before dinner.
The original...
Hey! I'm home!
The only voice acting was in combat.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Estelle. Did you watch the house like a good little girl?
You got that right. Are you okay, Dad? You're not hurt from fighting monsters?
Nope, I'm totally fine, see? Anyway, Estelle, I got a little gift for you.
So I'll try not to spoil
Really?
too much.
A fishing pole? Sneakers? A new tool for my staff?
Where did I go wrong? You know, girls usually want pretty clothes or accessories.
I like pretty clothes, but I just get them all dirty. And I don't want to accidentally break the accessories while playing. Anyway,
Stell's
Dad,
definitely a tomboy.
what's with the blanket? Is that my gift?
Oh, well spotted. And up.
Joshua.
Well, anyway, pretty good looking kid, don't you think?
Who is this boy?
No need to yell. You'll wake him up.
Wake him up? Is he even alive?
Fucking
He's
dead, man.
totally limp.
I gave him first aid so his life isn't at risk. But it really is important he gets some proper rest. I'll get him to bed, so can you go boil some water for me, Estelle?
Roger. He sure is sleeping. He's about my age, right?
It's a shame they
I've
changed
never
the
seen
line.
anyone with pitch black hair before.
In the original game, she says, "Why is
Yeah,
my present a
pretty
boy?"
striking, isn't it? His eyes are amber, by the way.
Oh? That aside, what the heck is going on here? Who is he? Why is he hurt? And why did you bring him home, Dad? Is he your secret love child? Were you two-timing on Mom?
Where'd you even learn those words? Ah, it's gotta be Scheherazade.
Yeah, so?
That precocious
Turn into
girl.
Chimera right now, yeah.
Anyway, I ran across this kid while I was working. I don't even know his name.
Working? As a bracer?
Sorta. Oh,
What?
he's waking up.
Wow, his eyes really are amber.
Where am I?
Where am I?
Kid, you awake? This is my place, so you got nothing to worry about.
I'm glad they got Johnny Young Bosch to be Joshua again. Otherwise known as Nero from Devil May
going
Cry.
on
Otherwise
here?
known as the king of the anime Scream.
You must be crazy. Why? Why didn't you just leave me there?
I can't really say.
Twirls mustache.
Well, let's just call it happenstance.
No way!
Basha Stampede. Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
Do you know what you've done?
Hey!
Oh,
Quit yelling! You sure are loud for someone as beat up as you are. You'll make your injuries worse.
Who are you?
I'm Estelle. Estelle Bright.
She's my daughter. I told you I had a daughter about your age.
You did? Wait, that's not what matters!
oh.
No more yelling.
Alright. But what you did was way worse than yelling.
Want to say that again?
I like the fully
You're
animated
making
cutscenes
my
in the
entries
original.
worse.
Are
Oh.
you sure about that?
Never mind.
They were just like little chibi sprites.
Well, in this house,
Where she
do as
kicks him,
Estelle
like her sprite
demands.
just kind of bounced on him once. And then again.
Not even I'm a match for her when she's upset.
I can tell.
By the way, aren't you forgetting something?
Huh?
Your name. Cough it up. I already told you mine.
Oh, oops. Spoilers. His name is
It's
Joshua.
not fair that I'm the only one who doesn't get to know.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Now, I'm
No
certain
point in hiding it now.
they got nearly everybody from the original game. Now, the original game
Hey,
came
if
out
you
in like
don't know,
2005
Just tell us.
in English. I mean, the game is like from like 2002, somewhere around there when it came out in Japan.
Alright.
But it took a few years for it to get localized and get its English release.
My name is...
But I think they got nearly everybody back. I think maybe a few might have got recast. Oh, hell yeah. Anime opening. Like at the one of the main characters that joins the party was voiced by Troy Baker, but I don't think they got Troy Baker back for this game because Troy Baker is Troy Baker. But they replaced him with not Troy Baker. By that I mean they replaced him with Matt Mercer. Right there. That's the Troy Baker character, the blonde guy. Well, Matt Mercer now. Holy shit, this game looks good. Oh, it's Agate! That's my favorite party member right there. There he is! Oh! Did you see that guy? He was so fucking cool, wasn't he? Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at him. Trails in the Sky. First chapter. Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn, yeah. Yoshi P comes up. He's got the Yoshi P smile. He's like, thank you for playing Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn. Please look forward to it. Eggs. Delicious eggs.
So bright.
So bright. So Estelle Bright. The greatest protagonist there is.
That was a good night's rest. I think it's Dad's turn to make us breakfast today.
I don't remember who voices Estelle.
Now then, I wonder if Joshua's still in bed sleeping.
See, I'd say she sounds familiar, but I always say they sound familiar.
Oh, I guess he's up already.
Then I go and look up who voices, and then I'm like, I have no idea who this is.
All right. I should get dressed too.
Joshua.
Woohoo! Not bad, Joshua.
Good morning, Estelle. Sorry, did I wake you?
Nah, I just woke up. Look at you, Joshua, being so cheeky so early in the morning. You're gonna make your big sister swoon, you know that?
Big sister, we're the same age.
That's where you're wrong. Even if we are the same age, I was living here long before you. And that makes me your senior.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Hey, that wasn't very respectful. But that was a nice song. A happy tune with a hint of sadness. I like your other songs too, but that one's my favorite.
Mine too.
What was it called again?
It's called The Whereabouts of Light.
Yeah, that one. The Whereabouts of Light. Ah, if only I could play the harmonica like you do. It may look easy, but it's way harder than it looks.
Compared to your skills with a staff, I think it's pretty easy. It's just a matter of focus.
I need to practice my harmonica.
I just get sleepy whenever I try to do that kind of mental stuff. Joshua, playing the harmonica is fine and all, but you should try to be more active too. All you do is read and polish your weapons. You're never going to get a girlfriend by staying all cooped up here in the house.
Well,
Ooh.
excuse me for having unpopular hobbies. Besides, you're one to talk. I wouldn't exactly call your hobbies normal. Fishing, bug catching, collecting sports shoes.
Yeah. What the fuck is
What's
still?
wrong with those? I like what I like. Besides, I grew out of bug catching years ago.
Did you, though?
Hey, Estelle! Joshua!
Man's voice. Cassius Bright.
Oh, morning, Dad.
Good morning, Dad. Is breakfast ready?
Yep, all done. The two of you should come downstairs before it gets cold.
Roger.
We'll be right down.
So far, this is like almost like it's like 99% one for one from the original.
That was great. Ugh, I'm so full.
You sure have an appetite.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with
fat
that?
ass.
You gotta eat and sleep a lot if you want to grow big.
It's important to eat right and get proper energy.
That's right.
You two have your last day of training at the guild today, right?
Yes, but it's just a review of everything we've learned so far.
Once that's done, we'll be bracers just like you, Dad. You won't get to treat me like a kid anymore.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. You'll be starting off as a junior bracer. nothing more than a trainee. If you want me to treat you like a grown-up, you'd better hurry up and become a senior bracer.
Challenge accepted. Just you watch. I'm gonna
Oh,
run
boy.
and become a way better bracer than you, Dad.
Go
So,
ahead and try.
Why
In
are
this
you two
game-
always so competitive? Besides, Estelle, you've got more important things to
rather in
focus
this
on.
series, one of the main gameplay, or not game main, one of the background gameplay components is that you get up these achievement points called one thing or another. In this arc, it's called bracer points. But to get 100% of all the bracer points requires some really wacky
You still
backtracking
have to pass the exam at the
and
end of the
going
day.
way out of your way to do things. I'm probably not going to do that, but
Huh? What exam?
Don't tell me you already forgot. They're going to test us on everything we've learned. Shara said that if you don't pass, you'll have to take supplementary training.
hopefully
Oh, crap. I completely forgot.
they're pretty forgiving on the amount of points you need to max out your bracer rank.
Now that you mention it, maybe Shara did say something like that. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
You're always like this, so carefree. Or maybe careless is a better word.
It's something else, isn't it? I don't know where you got all that endless optimism from.
Excuse you. I'm not half as bad as you are, Dad.
Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Anyway, we should head into town soon, Estelle. Shara is waiting for us at the guild.
Gotcha. Shara gets real scary when we make her wait. Oh, Dad. It's my turn to make dinner tonight. Is there anything you want to eat? I'm taking requests.
Requests, eh? How about Rouen-style steamed fish with balsamic vinegar?
Balsam... What?
I think that might be somewhat beyond Estelle's abilities.
Well, it was worth a shot. How about the usual fried fish? Or omelets, if you prefer. Just try and keep it edible, please.
Rude. But you're not exactly wrong.
Oh, actually, I do have one request. Could you go to the general store and buy me a copy of the Liberal News? The newest issue should be out today.
Got it. Liberal News General Store.
Received 500 Mira.
Consider the rest your allowance, but don't spend it all in one place.
Yay! Thanks.
Well then, Dad, we'll be going now.
Okay, well, best of luck to you both, and give Sherazard my regards.
Now I'm curious how much of this is actually fully voiced. Hit markers, yeah, I already know this. Nice. Okay, it's not completely 100% fully voiced. But that's fine. Big shit at the Bright House! Okay. Fast forward is, glad they kept the sprites for the loading thing. Fast forward is a toggle, which is fine. That was one thing that I didn't like about some of the later games, is that the toggle button would keep switching. Or sorry, the fast forward button would keep switching. They can go up here. This wasn't in the original. Droplet of life. Ah, permastats. Okay, cool. Of course, when you play a JRPG, the only thing to use a permastat on is your main character. Because the core rule is that you will always have control of your main character. And you're almost always guaranteed to get into a 1v1 of some sort, story-wise. That's not a spoiler for this game, but that's just like a core rule of JRPGs in general. Main menu. Saving, yeah. Oh man. Is there a sprint? Or is it the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there is a sprint. Nice, okay. Now, I don't think I get any starting accessories. Yeah, okay. I don't know if there's a big dick version for this game. You can't pre-order it, but it is going to be on Steam in like 6 hours.
It's a beautiful day today. Perfect weather for exams.
What an opportunist. But that's what makes you Estelle, probably.
All right, next stop, the city of Roland.
Midnight release for consoles. Yeah, I'm hyped too. I got into this series like 2 or 3 years ago now. I'm only on Daybreak 1. I haven't gone to the end.
Around here now.
But I was so happy to see this game's getting a re-release, or a remake rather. Also, welcome, Leroy Jenkins. I like your name. Alright, Jones, let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Okay, so it has the Daybreak action aspect. Okay, cool. As far as I know from Daybreak on, it sticks with this, right? You have like the action aspect, kind of plays like an East game. And then you can switch to turn-based, right? Your bomb, nice. Gotta be thorough with this shit. Let me switch on the fast forward. Get some of the boarding stuff out of the way.
We're almost there. An exam, huh?
Come on. It's too late to back out now.
Ah, okay, so there's no loading screens, right? Oh, spoke too soon. Well, that might just be a cutscene marker. City of Roland. It's been a long time since I've been back here.
Looks like we're right on time. Not too early, not too late.
Ugh. I just graduated from church Sunday school, too. I didn't think I'd have to study this much just to become a bracer.
Well, today's our last day. Besides, you chose to do this. You can't complain about it now.
I guess you're right. All right. I'll give it my all and make it through Shara's training.
That's the spirit. All right. Then let's head to the Bracer Guild then.
God, this game looks so
We still have
fucking
time
good.
before the exam, so it might be nice to see how people are doing around town.
Oh, that's a great idea. We can take a breather before the exam.
Talking to townspeople? Yeah, okay. So one of the other big draws to this game, for those who enjoyed the type of thing, is that NPC's dialogue is constantly changing on every story beat. I'm not the type of player to talk to every character after every story beat, but I do like seeing some of them develop as the game goes on. One of the core parts of this series that makes it so interesting and feels it more makes it feel more lived in. Okay, I'm not gonna dilly-dally too much with the NPCs.
Estelle and Joshua, training at the guild again?
Morning. Yep. And today's the last day.
Only if we pass. We've got to go, Estelle. We can't be late.
And there's a black marker above his head. Oh, okay, I see. That's just to show that he's actively talking. I was like, oh, you Psychos, maybe?
Oh, good morning, Estelle. Joshua.
Morning, Ina.
There's a face I haven't seen in a long time.
Good morning.
Is Shara already here?
Yes, she's waiting for you two on the second floor. Once your training today is complete, you'll officially join the ranks of the Bracers. Good luck, you two.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll do our best.
Okay, so this is one of the things from the original game. Your Cassius, your daddy, Cassius, tells you to buy something. And he gives you the money. If you can actually forget to buy what he asked for from the store,
Oh, hello, Estelle.
but if you remember and you come to buy it, you get bracer points. To his Stregas, please tell me you got a pair. And just like that, she forgot why we're here, and her head is lost in sneaker world. Total sneakerhead. Netta still. Yes, he wants the newspaper that asks us to get a copy of Liberal News. So you can actually continue. You can go do Shira's exam, and then you forget the newspaper, and then when you go back, Kaz is like, hey, you forgot the newspaper. But if you get the newspaper, you bring it back to him, and then you get the bracer points.
What to pick, what to pick.
Okay, so once. Is there no... Oh, I see. This is the other way. This is your main way of making money, is your Sepith mess. I highly do not recommend getting rid of any of your other Sepith. Because they're better off being put towards your characters.
Thank you for your
Okay, he mentions that there's no comes in at noon, around noon. Okay. If I remember right, you get a chance to buy it. Oh, we'll go ahead and continue with the story. Shira. I want to see Shira. Damn, she looks good.
Star in
Graphically, I mean,
Fairytale.
graphically.
The Hermit and the Magician. And a reverse Wheel of Fortune. This is a tricky set. How should I interpret this?
Shira! Morning!
Oh, Estelle and Joshua. It's rare to see you two so early in the morning.
Shirazard.
It's the last day of training. I want to get it over with and become a bracer already.
This game is so relaxing,
As
too.
energetic as ever. But I'm afraid energy alone won't be enough to get you through today. You best be ready.
Oh, come on.
Not another word. Everything I teach you goes in one ear and out the other.
I'm not sure if Shira's voice actress is from the original.
It's my job to be.
She might have been
sure my
recast, but I don't know.
lessons
I mean, there was hardly
don't
any
that
voice
sieve
acting
like
to begin
brain
with.
of yours.
Right.
Aw, Joshua! Shira's being a bully.
It's all right, Shira. Estelle may be bad at studying, and she almost never reviews what you teach us. And yes, she's a soft-hearted busybody who loves taking care of others. But her instincts are good, so she'll learn how to use orbments on the fly without any issues.
Well, I guess I'll just have to pin my hopes on that.
Hey, Joshua. That didn't sound very supportive.
What a terrible thing to say. I listed out all your good points.
Oh, please. By the way, Shira, what did you see in your tarot cards? You certainly didn't seem very happy about it.
Oh, this. I vaguely tried to predict what might happen around me in the near future. I must be a bit rusty, though. I couldn't make out a thing.
Nothing at all?
Oh, does that happen often?
When the meaning is this profound, it becomes harder to interpret. But never mind all that. Time for your last day of training.
Oh, yes. You're going to work as braces. Okay, so now everything is voice acting. If you're going to work as braces, essentially you know at least the basics. And that goes especially for you, Estelle, so you better be listening up. Yeah. So what do you want to review? Okay, we'll just go from the top. Orbits, a very core part of this series. Orbits are mechanical devices that work by utilizing what we call orbital energy. They can produce a variety of different effects depending on what quartz or processed septium you choose to install into them. Believe it or not, it's only been 50 years since orbits were invented. However, nowadays, orbits are an integral part of society. You'll find them in weapons, magic, airships, and countless other everyday items. This wave of technological innovation is commonly referred to as the Orbital Revolution. Racers. Racers are combat and investigative professionals who work to keep the peace and protect civilians in their respective regions. Ah, oh, dude. Miter spoilers. The bracer on the far right with the ribbon antlers. She's one of my more cherished characters in the series. They aid their communities not just by culling monsters and preventing crime, but also by finding lost items or escorting cargo, among other duties. The Bracer Guild has branches stationed all over the Zemurian continent to manage all the different bracers in each region. Yes, bracers. So, the heroes, essentially. Kind of like mercenaries, a little more heroic though, and law-abiding. Bracer Guild. The Bracer Guild is a worldwide association established 50 years ago. In addition to those located in Liberal, there are branches across the continent, all contributing to local peace. In fact, their neutrality has helped them mediate conflicts between nations, such as the war from a decade ago. Having said that, the guild is perpetually short on personnel, precisely because there is such high demand for their aid. And then we have the Liberal Kingdom. The Kingdom of Liberal, which we call home, is a nation rich in nature and tradition. It sits on the west side of the Zemurian continent. Liberal is famed for its rich stores of septium and is proud to be a technological leader in Orban development. Orban technology is also an important asset in helping Liberal to defend its independence amidst disputes with neighboring nations. When we were invaded 10 years ago by the Erebonian Empire, it was Orbital-engined airships that ultimately saved the kingdom from ruin. Although relations with the Empire remain strained, Queen Alicia's political maneuvering has allowed Liberal to remain more or less peaceful. That's enough review for now. Now then, I suppose it's enough review for now. We can't afford to get behind schedule here. Stay sharp, you two. It's time for the practical part of your exam. Hey, Shira. How's this practical part different from what we've done before? It's different in that it puts what you've learned in theory to the test. AKA, I'm going to put you two through what real bracers have to deal with every single day. Okay. And on that note, it's time for you to get out there and put in some physical work. I hope you're willing to work up a sweat, because I'm not going to have it any other way. Oh heck yeah, finally. Finally, I'm going to be free from endless writing and theory and thinking and boring stuff. Guess I was all worried for nothing. Nice to see you suddenly in such high spirits. I can only hope she'll still be smiling by the end of today. Anyway, how about we get on with this first practical test? You got it. The tutorial, as it were. First off, you'll have to confirm the details of the job you'll be taking on. But before that, there's a little something we need to give you. Aina, are they ready? Yes. Great. Now go on, you two, take one for each of you. Alright, Aina. Whatever you do not lose these. They're going to come in very handy. Received. Bracer Notebook. These are your official Bracer Notebooks. They're where you record every detail of your work. What you've heard, what you found, where you found it, and so on. What may seem like minor details in the moment more often than not become crucial clues. You should always make a record of everything you notice, and I mean everything, okay? Great, more pen pushing. Josh was like, understood. I got it. That's odd. Either my hearing is out of whack, or I swear that only one of you replied back. Whatever gave you that idea? Listen to me, Estelle. It is the duty of all bracers to keep an accurate record of their work. So quit whining and do it. Fine, fine. Glad to see we're on the same page. Now, let's get started. See that bulletin board over there by the door? That's where all your jobs will be posted. Go there and check your job for today. Okay, let's go check what we have here. Retrieval training. Search the sewers and retrieve the items stored inside the treasure chest. For more details, speak with Sherazard. Take that for sure. Job details checked on the... okay. R1 in the circle. Okay. And we'll check the book. Complete your quest, battle victory. So this is where, I guess, as I was talking about earlier, is where you will keep track of your bracer points. Now, I used a guide when I originally went through this game to get every single one. Some of those points were a little tedious to get. Except if you've gotten the hang of using the bulletin board and notebook. Checking the bulletin board is one of a bracer's most fundamental tasks. It's also our duty to keep tabs on what's posted there, so we don't miss any urgent jobs when they pop up. Man, it feels suffocating just listening to all these rules and duties. It may certainly feel that way, but it goes just to show just how much responsibility comes with being a bracer. I don't think any bracer worth their salt does things half-heartedly. You know what? You're right, Joshua. I gotta go into this full-heartedly. Looks like you're finally starting to fix that mindset of yours. Yep, I'm feeling all pumped up now. Well then, let's get moving before all that motivation flattens out. What are we doing next? Next, we'll be going to Mr. Melder's workshop across the road to learn how to make the most out of his factory services. Orbments, yes. He's kindly taken time out of his busy day to accommodate us, so make sure you remember your manners, okay? Sure thing. The other core part of this game is the orbment placement. You'll learn how to use an orbital factory to your advantage. Here you can modify your orbments and synthesize quartz, which allow you to use orbital arts. Arts can have a wide variety of effects, and mastering their use will save your skin in more ways than one. Ain't that the truth? Honestly, most of the time when I play through these games, orbital arts, like, hard carry me. Danger comes with the territory in the bracer business. The guild and the other orbital factories have gotten to know each other pretty well. Right, that's about all I can explain. I'll let the expert here handle the technical side of things. Do you mind taking it from here, Mr. Melders? Not at all. So, what do you kids want to know? I'll go through these orbments. Orbments are machines which utilize quartz attachments to produce all kinds of different effects. As you can guess from that definition, the lights in our homes and streets along with the engines in our airliners are also orbments. For today, we'll be focused on tactical orbments, which heighten physical abilities and make possible the use of magic. Each tactical orbment is tailored to match the owner's personal aptitudes, so their structure will differ from person to person. To be specific, the type of fixed elemental slots and the lines connecting them vary, but we won't be sifting through the weeds of all that today. So, what do you kids want to know? Go through the arts. In layman's terms, an orbital art is a form of magic that can only be invoked through tactical orbments. The orbital energy stored within these devices can produce a whole smorgasbord of curious phenomena. Also, you'll have likely noticed that everyone just calls them arts. Why no one thought to call it that from the get-go is anyone's guess. There are all kinds of arts, but before you can use them, you'll first need to synthesize them with quartz in an orbital factory. Once you set some quartz into an orbit slot, you'll gain the ability to use their arts. Curious if the orbit placement is like in the original too. They change with every arc, more or less. Well, there's two separate ones in Cold Steel, but they change it up every few games. Sepith. Sepith are fragments of septium that are dropped by monsters. There are 7 types of Sepith: Mirage, which is silver; Time, which is black; Space, which is gold; Fire, which is red; Water, which is blue; Earth, which is brown; and Wind, which is green. At a normal factory, you can use Sepith to not only synthesize quartz, but also open up orbit slots in which install quartz in. Oh, and you can also exchange Sepith for Mira if you feel so inclined. You might also find something called Sepith Mass. It's just a blend of various Sepith types and can only be traded from Mira. Sepith Math is usually the first thing you exchange in training from Mira. Well, I'll handle any exchanges after your training is complete. Okay, and the last one, the quartz itself. Quartz are crystallized parts made by refining Sepith dropped by monsters. Look closely enough and you'll see circuits engraved inside. That's why you'll see them called crystal circuits on occasion. They raise the user's abilities while also enabling them to use different arts, among other things. Quartz can only be activated by setting them into orbit slots, but the slot may be limited to quartz of certain elements. When synthesizing new quartz, decide carefully where you want to set them. Frankly, if this is like the original game, highly suggest investing into Earth. Need some Sepith. Thank you, Shira. 50 of each type. Yes, excellent. In your case, Estelle, you can equip quartz of any elements. But for you, Joshua, your central slot can only accept time elemental quartz, because Joshua is a speedy boy. Find 1 water quartz and action 1 time quartz. Okay. Yada yada yada. Alright.
What to pick, what to pick.
Mine 1 and action 1. So we have... Let's get what we need to get out of the way. Mine 1.
I'll take this.
and action 1.
I got it.
And I'm also going to get a defense 1.
I'll take this.
Honestly, there's not really much reason not to just get everything right now, right?
I got it.
Oh, I forgot. Do you have to open slots in this game?
I made up my mind.
Oh well,
I made up my mind.
I pick you.
big deal.
Come again.
Okay. Do I have to talk to her? Okay. So you got some quartz synthesized. Now let's use those to try and increase the number of arts you can use. Estelle and Joshua set quartz into your orbments so you can use recovery and attack arts. Already. Orbits. Oh, this is cool. This looks way better than the original. Tactical orbments, yeah, okay. So the orbment slots are connected, and it in this game it dictates which spells you can use, depending on what's connected. Tactical orbments have engraved lines, and the elemental values of quartz placed in each line are totaled separately. Specific arts become available when elemental values reach certain thresholds. Okay, so it is like the original. Elemental slots connect to all lines, so try placing quartz with high elemental values there. If you're unsure, use the auto-equip feature with options. Won't need that. When you set the water element quartz, water element, yeah, okay. Water element value goes up by 1. If it's water higher, you get tier. And the attack art Aqua Bleed. So, line 1, yep. And Joshua is going to get Soul Blur Action 1, which makes him faster. Speed was a god stat. Speed generally is a god stat in these kinds of games, but that's both healing and attack arts installed. Having a well-rounded balance of arts between your cells is key if you want to get through battles in one piece. You should also keep in mind that usually the stronger the quartz, the higher its elemental values are. That's why it's a good idea to try out new quartz the moment you get your hands on them. Okay, there's just one last thing we need to go over before you finish your Orbital Factory training. And that's how to open up new Orbit slots. You know what, I think I might have fucked myself, because I spent all my... I spent all my sepith. The more slots you have open, the more options you'll have at your disposal. Unlocking slots will also increase your EP, which you'll need to use arts and boost your arch strength. So, and your mana and your magic attack. It would serve you well to open up all your slots as early as you can. Ain't that the truth? Use this sepith. Okay, she gives you more sepith to open up a new Orbit slot. You two can decide amongst yourselves if one of you will get a new slot. When you reach sepith, nice. And we will
Time for some shopping.
unlock a slot. I'm going to give it to Estelle. Yeah, okay, so this is a fire slot, I think. Or maybe not. It doesn't matter. What I want is a slot that I can put earth into.
Come again.
See that you have a new slot, Estelle. Your center slot has no elemental restrictions, which makes it quite versatile. Right, that's your Orbital Factory training all wrapped up. And with that, it's finally time for the main event, your qualification exam. Wait, what qualification exam? I don't remember hearing anything about this. I was going to say you can't be serious, but then I remembered your brain is a sieve. Jesus, man. You got brainworms? We literally just talked about it this morning over breakfast, remember? Oh, right. Kind of remembering it now that you bring it up, but those yummy fried eggs are clouding up my memory. Estelle, stop thinking with your stomach and start thinking with your brain. But enough distraction. Let's head to the testing site. You mean right now? Hold on. I still need some prep time. Well, you'll have time to prep while I drag your sorry behind to the testing site. Oh, there she goes. Joshua, save me! Mr. Elders, Freddy, thank you very much for all your help. No problem, and good luck on that exam. It'll be ruined for you. You hear me, Joshua? You've ruined the day you so cruelly ignored this fair maiden in her hour of need. Poor Estelle. She just can't catch a break, man. Okay, so I want to put... It might actually just throw me into another cutscene. Yeah, okay. I'm itching to put that earth...
Approaching the end of your training.
That earth sepith in.
It's time
Your
for
earth
you
quartz.
two to take the qualification exam. You'll be expected to fully utilize everything you've learned in training.
Right. Estelle, what's wrong?
Hey, Shara?
What is it?
The exam. It's not a written test?
Huh? Estelle, didn't you read the bulletin board?
Yeah, I did.
I made you take notes and you still don't remember? It said you'd be searching the sewers. That's the exam.
Poor stuff.
Thank goodness.
My favorite idiot.
Helios, goddess of the sky, I thank you for your mercy, blessing us with these wondrous sewers.
Wait, did you think we had a written final exam? Is that why you were freaking out at the workshop?
Such sweet nostalgia. 'Tis but a pleasant memory now.
At this rate, I wonder if we really will be able to pass.
What? Rude.
All right, you two, that's enough chit-chat. This is an exam, so take it seriously. If you fail, you're gonna be in for some truly grueling training.
We'll be fine. Now bring on the exam.
You sound confident.
Time for some ass kicking.
I hope you'll bring the results to back that up. As the bulletin board said, the exam is a sewer exploration. The objective is to retrieve the contents of a certain treasure chest located somewhere inside. The tunnels are pretty straightforward, so you shouldn't get lost. But the monsters down there are no joke, so don't let your guard down. That's also why I'm giving you these.
Equipments? Tier bombs. Excellent. Combat handbook.
What's this? A book?
That's a combat handbook. It's for recording information about the enemies you come across. If you discover any enemy's traits, remember to record them right away.
I see. Information is what decides battles, as they say. That's what you mean, right?
Exactly.
Whoa, this is good stuff. Thanks, Shara.
We'll be sure to put it to good use.
All right, Joshua, let's do this.
Let's do this.
Right. We should move carefully and treat this like it's a real request.
So we're gonna hunt for treasure here? How exciting!
Okay. Orbits. Let's see. I need this. Now, unfortunately, I don't have enough to... I don't have the quartz to, get the Earth Guard, but... Okay, so he has a little soul blur.
There are monsters here. Don't let your guard down.
Now, I'm interested in... Well, this is where you rest. Urban charging station. We should rest up near one if we ever need to take a breather. Got it. This heals you and gives you your EP back for more casting.
That's the stuff.
Alright. I didn't even see their combos.
Let's go.
Looks like we've already got company. As long as we take them out quickly, they shouldn't be a problem. Let's do this, Estelle. Yeah, they won't know what hit him. Active combat first? Yep, okay.
I'll be your opponent.
How's that? Had enough? Good job, Estelle. Now let's record that monster's info into our combat handbooks. Right. Scribble, scribble. Okay, that should do it. Combat handbook. Okay, this tells you what they're weak to and shit. Petite rat. Weak to, wind, looks like. Wind, sleep, and confuse. That little blind freeze, not very good.
That
Okay.
training was for this day, Estelle.
Ah, I like
Victory
the
is
blind one.
Blade training. Now let's go ace that exam.
Let's try it,
get these
Joshua.
getting carried away.
Oh, it might show me turn-based. Looks like the same monsters before, so a few extras, no problem. Yeah, we'll need to be careful and focus on dodging their attacks this time. Okay, more active Combat. Dodge is X. After a dodge, press circle to perform a jump attack. Or I could just kill them. Oh, damn. Like I said, I've only played up to Daybreak. I'm on like the second or third chapter of Daybreak 2. I've got reinforcements, not to mention bigger and uglier. We'll need to tread carefully. So the combat I'm pretty familiar with, the mix of action and... Okay, here we go. Switch attacks pressing square.
I accept your challenge. The enemy's openings and change tactics.
AT is the turn order. Higher speed can act more frequently, is what I mean by saying speed is a god stat. Speed is always a god stat for this shit, so we can move. Okay.
Keep going!
And all we can do is attack.
Alright, it's working! Ready, Joshua?
Yeah.
Actually, I can't cast. I'm getting a lot of zero art casts, but it won't let me cast. Use cast with triangle. See if you increases when attacking, taking damage. See, perform crafts, combat skills, various effects and ranges. Yeah. Okay.
How's this?
So these are your character skills. Utilize CP, which is the green bar underneath the characters on the heads-up display. The enemy stun gauge reaches 100%, becomes stunned, prevents the enemy from acting once. I don't believe this was in the original. I don't think there was a stun gauge. Brave attack. Stunning an enemy or attacking them while they're stunned triggers a brave attack. Press circle to perform the follow-up. This is also a thing that wasn't in the original. But it is a welcome change. Nice. Joshua with the follow-up. See Joshua's dual strike. Very nice. Battle results. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
No items. Didn't really take any damage, so I'm not gonna run back to heal.
Found treasure.
Delis bomb.
Is this the treasure we're looking at?
That'll be very helpful.
Wait. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's probably...
These monsters looking a lot quicker this time. There are gonna be times that our weapons won't do a thing to certain enemies. Okay, we're gonna learn about arts now. We'll need to also start using arts from here on out. The only thing is, arts take time to cast. We'll need to switch up our tactics. Got it. Da 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 da. Nice. Joshua with the miss. So typically, you're gonna cast. Arts are very effective against enemies resistant to physical attacks or with high dodge rates. Damage increases when striking enemies with elemental weakness. Support arts like healing and buffs are also useful. And it tells you what they're weak to. Soul Blur.
Let us begin. I won't let you!
Let's go!
Okay, and another one. You're weak to water, so let's hit him with the Aqua Bleed. And dead. Man, these spells look so good. Holy shit. Love it, love it, love it. Open the art screen. Use healing arts. Right, okay. That'll come in handy later. You go through this door at a later time. Might even be in the second game you go through that door. Minor spoilers. Alright. Now that's a pretty big mob. If only we can find an opening somehow. Well, I'd say this is the perfect time to whip out some crafts. Yeah, we can't dish them out on the regular. Let's take the enemy by surprise first. We gotta do the big attack, right? Charge your gauge, press triangle, unleash a craft attack. You can activate up to 2 times consecutively. This high damage easily stuns enemies. After evading the stun, Joshua can press triangle to execute a mobility-focused skill. Perfect dodge. If you dodge an enemy's attack with perfect timing, your charge gauge fully recovers, smoothly countered with a craft attack. Just went in for it. Preemptive Brave Attack. If you stun an enemy during quick battle and switch attacks with triangle, you can immediately initiate a Brave Attack.
Stay on guard. You're mine.
And the follow-up. Nice. Okay, don't need to not worry too much about that. Okay, so
I can take them all.
take advantage of AoE attacks. Kaboom! Nice strike, follow up, boom.
This is the end.
Oh. Oh.
I'll be your opponent.
Okay, now we can use magic on these bastards. Soul Blur.
Let us begin.
He got stunned, which is good. I probably should check which one was acting next, but it doesn't matter.
I'll be your opponent.
Okay, cool. So on the top left, when you have that 0 sign next to you, that means it's a 0 craft, or sorry, zero art. The art's going to cost nothing. It's going to be distant cast. I fucking love this music. Just in general, I fucking love this game. Alright.
I'm not stopping yet.
So, I don't remember if there's a boss, but we're gonna go ahead and heal. That is not the heal button. Here we go. It's here. Oh, already maxed. Never mind. The level up hit at the right time.
A
Alright.
dead end, huh? So that means that's the treasure chest we're looking for. And a big fat monster in front of it.
That's probably the boss of the monsters that claim the underground waterway as their territory. Let's watch for an opening and strike together at once.
Roger. So this is the final task of our exam, huh?
Stealing AT bonuses. You can steal AT bonuses by stunning and defeating enemies, or through brave attacks. You can also steal them by causing delay, so in crash, which will... That'll be Joshua's. Fuck. I meant to use that on the flies. Oh well.
We'll show 'em how we do it.
Okay, Saul's got the crit. Press triangle to activate a chain by consuming 3 brave gauge points. Unleash a coordinated attack between 2 characters. Brave gauge fills them when destroying objects in the field of fighting enemies. Okay, so this is like Cold Steel, and well, game's Cold Steel on. Definitely gonna use a craft. Line up the crit to hit as many as I can. Can I hit all 5? Oh, I can. Nice. Boom. Critical. And the chain.
Estelle!
You're mine.
Nice. That's so cool. Ow. He's stunned. Joshua with the soul blur. The spell looks so much cooler. I should have aimed at the flies though, as my mistake. Maybe I'll just kill him. Yeah. Oh shit. This is gonna hurt. Okay, we got 0 crafts. So I'm gonna heal up. Just to play it safe. Oh damn, but nice. Okay. I'm gonna heal up now. Poor Joshua, dude. Okay, we're gonna put Joshua back, hit him with the soul blur. Because 0 arts. Strike. Nice. I should have chained, but that's fine.
You can do it.
Here you go, Joshua.
Thank you. Let's go.
Can I impede him? If I can. Ah, there's back bonuses now too. I wasn't in the original. Back and side bonuses. And he's dead. Nice. Level up.
My new strength.
Morale and flicker. Excellent. I'm gonna save. Here we go. Small box. It's tightly sealed.
Huh? They're just just more boxes inside the treasure chest. Weird that there are 2, though. I wonder what they are.
Estelle, our mission is only to search and retrieve. Investigating the boxes themselves isn't part of the mission.
Ugh, Joshua, loosen up, will ya? It's not about the job. I'm just curious. I
Stupid
mean,
Estelle.
there's nobody here. Shera'd never know if we took a little peek, right?
If you want to fail, I won't stop you.
Damn.
Fail?
It's always a possibility. If this was a real job, those boxes would belong to the client. Unless it's something illegal, we have no reason to look inside.
All right already.
If you're really that curious, why not just ask Cher about it later? Anyway, we should get going. Don't let your guard down.
Right.
We have to take the boxes back, so don't drop them in the water.
Dash.
I
And
can wood. What do you take me for?
That's what-
I take you for Estelle.
Cheeky as ever.
zoom. Oh, monsters respawn. Go ahead and kill him with the
We'll end this in no time.
action. The one thing about this, I know you're supposed to like stun them and like fucking.
We'll do it together.
Party advantage. Here we go.
Keep at it.
Okay. You're mine.
One thing I like doing in Daybreak was just primarily sticking with the action. Makes fights go by a little bit faster. You switch back. It looks like you're stuck in turn-based as soon as you enter it. Interesting. In Daybreak, you could swap more or less freely between turn-based and action. Unless I'm just missing a prompt. I don't know the controls. Oh!
I'll show no mercy.
Maybe I just slap him. Alright.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice job, Joshua.
The speed! Speed boost.
This feels great.
Alright.
Welcome back, you two. Now, show me what you found down there. Yep, those are the real deal. No signs of tampering either.
Oh, that was close.
I knew it.
All right. Congratulations, both of you.
Easy as pie. So, Shara, what's inside those boxes?
You'll find out as soon as our training is finished. Anyway, that's enough chit-chat for now. Your training isn't over yet, you know?
Oh, really? But didn't we just pass the exam?
You still need to report it. I know you're both exhausted, but you
Okay,
always
I
need to
think this
report
is
it
the
to
part where you
guild.
can buy the
There's more?
newspaper?
Ugh, fine. Looks like we've still got work to do.
Right, just a little more to go.
I guess not. Just teleport back. Each guild branch is receptionist that handles the reports. Ano, you're already familiar with, is in charge here at Roland. This is also where you receive compensation for your work. Forward to working with you too. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and report today's training. When you complete requests, you receive bracer points. Where your BP reaches certain thresholds, your junior bracer rank will increase. You'll also receive various bonus items, which is always helpful. But let's see if I can go buy the,
Come on now.
Nope, I can't. Okay. I tried. Report.
Tell me all about it.
Poison Blade, Emerald Shield Heal, Victory Headband. Ingenuity, He Gaze, Grail Locket, Gladiator Belt.
I have high expectations for you kids.
Good work. It looks like you completed the job with zero major issues to speak of. Once you filed your report, you'll of course receive Mura, but also learn what we call bracer points, or BP for short. BP are what represent your accomplishments as a bracer. Once you've accumulated enough of these points, your bracer rank will increase. You'll also receive a piece of special equipment as a reward. The junior bracer rank starts at 9 and goes all the way up to 1. I, for one, am hoping you set your sights at the top. The mirror and BP obtain also will be recorded in your bracer notebook, so we should have checked them later. All you need to do now is complete your training. It's about time we headed back upstairs. See you later, Aina, and sorry for making you even busier than you already are. Not to worry, the guilds won't have much of a future without training new bracers after all. I'll see to it they're both work to hell and back. To hell and back? I suppose we'll have to make sure we're ready to find out what that looks like.
Good work, both of you. That completes today's training. All that's left is to gain experience by actually working.
XP.
Now then.
Oh, those boxes!
Yes, they're the ones you retrieved during the exam. I had a feeling you might be interested to know what was inside.
Can we open them?
Yes, go ahead. Take a look, both of you.
Yay!
Well then,
What's inside the box? I already know. Yep. Junior bracer emblems. My badge.
This emblem is...
so does this mean that we're...
Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright. As of 1500 hours, both of you are hereby appointed as junior bracers. You will serve with honor as members of the Bracer Guild and work to protect the people and uphold justice. Congratulations, you two. I suppose that makes us colleagues.
We did it, Joshua! We're finally guild members!
I'm really a bracer now. It feels strange.
How, Joshua? Don't get all sobby. This calls for a celebration. Woohoo! We did it!
Okay, that might be too much, Estelle.
Yeah, settle down.
Well now, you'll have to excuse me. I need to finish up some leftover work I've let build up.
You did so much for us even though you were so busy. Thank you so much, Shara.
Yes, thank you for everything.
Well, training rookies is just part of a bracer's duty. Master Cassius was my mentor back in the day.
Oh, right. That's why you call him Master.
Well, that's one reason anyway. Both of you should aim to become full bracers and train juniors of your own. And strive to become excellent bracers like your father. I'll see you kids around.
Goodbye, Shira.
Huh. I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Sherazard, the Silver Streak. She's one of the best among the younger generation of bracers. So why does she have such a high opinion of Dad? It might sound weird coming from his kid, but he's just some middle-aged bum who only dips when you need him.
Middle-aged bum, huh? Well, I guess I can't blame you for seeing him that way, Estelle.
Huh?
No, it's nothing. We should head home.
What? There you go. Shirazard and Cassius
After all, we have
sitting
to
in a
tell Dad
tree.
that we're officially bracers.
Banging. Fucking.
Right.
Shira, how dare you? I think she calls Cassius daddy too. Not just master. Is this Ridge? Okay. Okay, this is the part where I can go and get the
You don't have anything to report.
this is where I can go get the newspaper. Flagged my auto mod, man. I'm just kidding. Oh, these fucking little brats.
Hey, hurry it up! Wait for me!
Luke and Pat.
Oh, it's you two. Oh, crap! It's Estelle! Oh, and Joshua! Road? What do you mean, crap, it's Estelle? You look like you're in a hurry. Going off somewhere to play? You'd better be careful. There's big, scary monsters out on the highway.
Oh, shut up.
Jesus, kid. Oh, you
We play
little
where we
prick.
want instead.
Shut up.
Besides, you're not even a real bracer.
Ooh.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Luke. Even more wrong than your opinion of Purcell Farms milk.
Huh?
Milk?
No way.
That's right. I officially became a bracer. Just now, in fact. I'm a bona fide bracer, you hear?
Well, we're still just junior bracers. It's not that big of a deal.
Don't rain on my parade.
Wow, that's
His
amazing.
face.
Aww.
Oh, I didn't mean to
You're
skip
such
him.
a good kid, Pat. Unlike some cheeky little brat and twisted guy.
That's not fair. I was going to become a bracer first.
Poor Luke.
I knew Joshua would, but I never thought Estelle would beat me.
What did you say? What the heck is that supposed to mean? Besides, you can't even be a bracer until you turn 16. No way I'm getting beaten by a snotty brat who's still in Sunday school.
Why are
Ooh.
you getting so worked up about this?
Still a fucking bully. You're just picking on these little kids.
Bah, just you watch. I'll train at my secret fort and become a bracer in no time. Let's go, Pat. Okay. See you guys.
That Luke. He's always looking to pick a fight. Does he really hate me that much?
I think it's the opposite.
Up a what?
What I mean is, he's a boy.
He's a boy.
Anyway, that secret fort bit was a little curious.
I know, right? I like the sound of that. Really tugged at my heartstrings. To be young again.
That wasn't really what I meant.
All right, let's head home and give Dad the good
Okay,
news.
this is the part
Before that, we've got something
where you
else
can
to
buy
do,
the
right?
newspaper.
Do we?
Okay, it looks like Joshua gives you a little prompt too. Okay. This is where you buy the fucking newspaper.
Want to take a look around?
This gives you extra
What do we
points.
need?
Was
Thank
this
you for your
marked on the map?
patronage.
Oh, it is marked on the map. I don't remember it being marked on the map before. Before I do that, there's something else over here.
Maybe I should consult the mayor clock.
These blue markers. There's a notebook placed on a desk. I'm a bracer. Oh, Luke's diary. I'm a bracer. I live in a small rural town, and my job is to keep the peace around here. Today, I took on some requests and headed out to do them. My first task was milking cows at the ranch. The next one was plowing fields on the farm. Those things were super easy to me. Then came my last request, babysitting. At first, I thought babysitting would be a piece of cake. But I was too naive. There were 7 kids in the house, and for someone like me, handling them was exhausting. I had to soothe crying babies, change diapers, pick up fights, do laundry, clean the house, and even walk the dog. Tasks that went way beyond babysitting. Although I was starving and completely fed up, I made sure to report back to the guild. It would have been embarrassing to give up like a loser. When I finally got back to the guild, the other bracers were staring at me. That's right, I'm quite a famous bracer in this town, so it's normal for others to pay attention. They're probably just jealous of my achievements. As I was about to go to the desk to report my bracer work, someone suddenly grabbed the back of my collar and pulled me backwards. When I turned around, it was someone scarier than any monster, my dad. He smacked me on the head and shouted, "How long do you plan to keep playing bracer instead of helping out at home?" Then he dragged me back home and lectured me for a long time. I didn't even do anything wrong. How dare you treat a bracer like this? I'm a self-appointed bracer. Today, once again, I'll protect the peace of the neighborhood and solve any requests that come my way. Luke's diary has been added to the books tab. Just reading the diary of this poor kid. And there's the Faja, Rhett. It's thanks to the airliners that I can get every kind of book I can think of, even out here in Roland. But it also means I just can't stop myself at the bookstore. So many books here, there's never enough money. My wife always gives me an earful about it, and I do mean to be more mindful. I only have the first volume of this novel, so you can have it if you'd like. Ah, okay, Cornelia. So, another recurring thing in this game is collecting series of books. Typically, not always, but typically when you collect a series of books and then you hand them in to someone towards the end of the game, and you get something that leads to you getting ultimate weapons.
What to pick, what to pick.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm not want to buy food. Absolutely not. Interestingly enough, it looks like they got rid of some of the tedium and they actually point out where these books are.
Which one should I pick?
Where is... I might have to talk to him normally to get the newspaper. So you're real deal bracers now, are you? You bet we are. Starting today, we can now call me Hyper Bracer Estelle. Just to confirm, Renan, did the latest issue of the Liberal News come in? Yeah, just past noon. Hey, I am right here in case you haven't noticed. Whatever, we'll take one copy. Thanks, that'll be 100 mira. Alright, the newspaper. I know Dad always buys his magazine, but does it sell all that well? Yeah, it sells tons. Helps it as a talented reporter and photographer with a serious knack for uncovering scoops. Plus, they've also got a serialized story about the Queen's birthday festival. Actually, quick question, Renan. How did you know today was our last day of training? I mean, you two are the talk of Roland, you know. My customers tell me all kinds of juicy tales. Well, I guess it's a small world here in the boonies. You could say that again. Oh, I just remembered. Here's a gift for you two to commemorate your big day. Recipe book. Looks like a notebook for recording cooking recipes. That's right, relying solely on medicine can get pretty expensive when you're trading blows with monsters, right? Cooking up your own handmade meals, however, basically costs nothing as long as you got the right ingredients. With the recipe book, you can note down the ingredients to any new dish you may dream up, so you can cook it again later. To get you started, I've written down the recipe for the maple cookie we sell here. Try making it yourself using these ingredients. Thank you. Do you really not mind giving this away for free? Of course not. After all, you two are about to leave the nest, as it were. I know you both had tasted our cookies before, but the fundamental rule of cooking is to learn through tasting. If you come across a dish you've never seen before, you should try eating it right away. I mean, I don't mind cooking and all, it's just that everything I make is meh at best. Still, it'd be nice to widen my repertoire and blow Dad's taste buds away for once. That's a spirit. And if you ever happen to be in need of any ingredients, Renan's General Goods has got you covered. You really do have some shrewd business sense, Renan. Thanks for gifting us this recipe book. Yes, cooking is also pretty important in these games too. That's not the end-all be-all, but
I can't decide.
Thank you for your patronage.
the big thing is that it saves you a lot of money. And I remember this game was kind of... didn't make a whole lot of money in this game. Josh
Sure,
can make it.
leave it to me. Yeah, this one.
Excellent. Maple cookie. All allies max HP increased by 20. Ooh. Now that's something from Daybreak. So there's like permanent effects. Okay, so cooking. I don't remember if there actually was cooking in the original. What I do remember is that in Daybreak, when you make food, you would get food points. The more food that you ate. And then you would get permanent effects once you got enough food points. Looks like here it's just based on whether you succeed your
thank
addition
goodness
on.
I found you.
Huh? Aina?
What's the matter?
Aina. I've been calling her Aina.
Flustered.
Oops.
We run into a bit of trouble. Will Cassius be home today?
Yeah, he said he had some documents to organize. Did something happen?
You know Luke and Pat, right?
Of course. We just ran into them.
What about them?
Well, I heard from Uni that the two of them went to Jade Tower on the northern outskirts of town.
The Jade Tower? Isn't that place crawling with monsters?
Indeed it is. Sherazard is out right now, so I wanted to ask Cassius to go and find them.
What are you saying, Aina? There's no time.
Aina.
Joshua
Aina.
and I will
Aina.
go.
I'll say that right from now on.
But you two only
Saying
just got your
Aina.
qualifications today.
Aina, I think Estelle's right. If we hurry, we might be able to catch them before they reach the tower.
All right, I'll take full responsibility for this then. This is an official request from the Bracer Guild. Please go find the children.
The children. Think of the children.
The Jade Tower is along Malga Trail further to the west. You can reach Malga Trail from the northern exit. I'll be waiting at the guild. Please let me know if something happens.
Our first job. Joshua, let's move.
Right.
Right. That menu. This no loading screen map is sick. Okay. So, we're going into the tower. I'm going to gear up.
Take your time to look around.
Which one should I pick?
These are always helpful. Sell anything, but I have a mask that I can sell. Oh, does it
You're
auto
welcome to visit
tell you
anytime.
what? I think it auto, not auto sells your mask, but it automatically sets the mask so it can be sold immediately, which is nice.
I can't decide.
Okay, I need a lot of... Okay. He doesn't sell ornaments straight up, does he? He does, but... I lack...
Come again.
elements. It wouldn't matter anyway, because I don't have the slots for them. Let's get a little
Hey, it's
Time
more
for
equipment
shopping.
going. ADF speed and movements.
I'll pick this.
Let's give it to Estelle. I like building Estelle as a tank, and we'll give the speed to Joshua.
I pick you.
Go. I don't know if he sells any.
You're
Okay.
welcome to visit anytime.
Any mirrors? I don't got shit. Okay. So we cooked some cookies, which is good. I don't think I can afford any other food.
Want to place an order?
No,
Thanks.
no way. No way. I'm fucking dirt poor. Alright.
Accepted.
Go ahead and save. The cool thing too is that saves are gonna carry over. I always fuck this up. That's the landing port. The actual exit's over here.
Let's get to
Oh, this is sick. Just go straight into it. Nice. The Malga Trail. Flying felines, huh? These guys are pretty fast. Yeah, and they're tougher than they look. We can't let our guard down. Keep a close eye on how they move. You guys are kind of the bane of my existence. If the leader's attacked while in a critical state, command... Okay, that's in like Daybreak. Hit by a heart attack and regains... Okay. Tells you to... Why don't you play in the baby mode if you suck so much? Ooh. Be careful with these things. Oh, gotcha.
Estelle!
Yeah.
There's no real reason not to use your brave points, typically.
Joshua, do it.
Crit. Nice.
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua. So they're nowhere around here. Ugh, those brats.
Let's keep an eye out on our way to Jade Tower.
Well, these things dodge. I see. I see. Dodge this!
Finish this.
You're mine!
Nice. Okay, so... Strike defense up.
Don't let up!
Morale is actually pretty solid. However, I have a crit, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill it. Nice. Follow up. Hold on to the brave points. Next fight.
How do you like that?
We're on a roll!
This is so cool. I'm actually remembering where some of these placements are. They did a very good job of remaking this. Let's use the permanent drops.
Be careful, Estelle.
Is there a... Oh, what's this? Ah, achievement rewards. Very nice. That is going to make this game a lot easier. This game has kind of a difficult start. Customize? So that's the original soundtrack. It's like an updated one? Interesting. Okay. I know they remade this game once, technically. It's called Evo. Chosen Sky Evo. Or something like that.
I'll be your opponent.
He's running. He's fucking running.
Group of enemies. Be careful.
This could get hairy. Definitely use the chain. Steel bonus. Nice. Oh, and a... okay, so... I don't have any AoE spells, unfortunately. But that's fine. I'll just use the hurricane. Hit everybody. Nice. Critical hit. Chain again.
Keep it up.
Okay. This is the end.
That alone, the action alone is gonna make this a lot easier to go through.
You did it, Estelle.
The original was like a you get like a grid-based, almost tactics like turn-based combat. What that meant was you're getting hit every round. You were guaranteed to get hit every fucking round. You get whittled down, and then you'd have to run back and heal. With the action gameplay, you can dodge a lot of shit, and you get those massive advantages initiating now, compared to before.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
This is better than I thought.
Easy enough to just stun them,
We're on a roll.
and then just attack them in the action mode. Fire step it. Nice, nice. Definitely need.
Be careful, Estelle.
Oh, these bushes were destructible in the original.
I'll be your opponent.
Let's get it together.
Okay, these guys could definitely,
Keep at it.
You.
because you hit harder. It feels like you hit harder in the turn base.
How's this?
Went in with the hurricane.
Prepare yourself. Yeah.
Follow up. Build up points. Overkill. Nice. I don't know if he's about to die or not. I have a 0 cast though, so silver.
Stun. Leave it to
Can't
me.
move. I remember these guys being fucking annoyance too in the original.
You'll pay for that.
That hurt.
Leave it to me.
Let's go ahead and auto attack him to death.
This is the end.
That wasn't in the original, the follow-ups. I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the
Let's keep it
original.
up.
I'm not beat yet.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so yeah, let's go right this way.
All right, treasure time.
Watch for ranged attacks.
Here we go. Yeah. Let's do it.
Oops, wrong button. There we go. Chain.
Joshua.
Yeah.
Oh, those bonuses are so nice.
You're mine.
This is a lot easier than the original game.
I won't let you. I'll be your opponent.
Alright, I had to run back
Leave
to
it to
heal
me.
every few fights. I also didn't really understand how the game played either, so... I should have held that. Oh well.
Let's go.
No damage.
I'll I'll be your opponent.
I should like crafts and arts, but
This is the end.
not necessary. Yeah, finishing blow. Antidotes, nice. There's shit inside these bushes too.
Here we go.
Okay,
Let's get moving.
crisp onions. Lots of flying cats.
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
Go ahead, Shane,
Joshua,
just to do more damage. Okay. Do. I have a crit, unfortunately.
Too slow. I'll be your opponent.
Ah, so when they're going like that, that means they're charging. If I have an impede, yeah, I do have an impede. Dual strike impedes. Impede will cancel his cast.
Here. Take this.
Nice.
my turn.
Counter.
Joshua, do it.
Nice.
Let's keep it up.
I'm not beat yet.
These fucking things. Creepy sheeps, I think that's what they're called. No, these aren't the creepy sheeps. These are the I can never remember what they're fucking called. Do. Ooh, careful.
Let's keep it up.
West J Tower, beware of monsters. In mine. I don't know if you can go this way. Oh, okay, not yet.
Watch for ranged attacks.
Oh, it's gonna be like that, huh?
I'll be your opponent.
Let's finish this.
Reaction combat is not super in depth, but it's pretty satisfying.
Come at me.
Can I hit them both? Yeah, okay. Follow up. Oh, I should have. Oh well.
Joshua, do it.
This hits him with the delay. Very cool.
Let's go.
Delay is another major thing in this game. And other Trails games. Delay is like... They kind of flip-flop back and forth whether delay is going to be busted or not. It looks like it's pretty strong in this game, so that's good.
Come at me.
Advantage. Chain.
Got it.
Joshua, do it.
Nice. No follow-up? No, I guess you don't, follow-up kill when, chain attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a chest the other way.
Not beat yet.
Let's go get that. Combat's kind of like Vision of Mana. Yeah, it is kind of like that. Like I say, it's less, it's not going to be anywhere near in depth though. I didn't play Vision of Mana, I played its, demo though.
Could be trouble. I'll take you down.
Like, there's no active abilities to use in the active combat. All that stuff's going to be in the turn-based.
Treasure found.
It's also my understanding, if this game is like Daybreak, you can't use active combat against bosses. You have to use... It'll force you into turn-based. Alright, advantage... Wind Chain.
Joshua.
Yeah.
Dude, I need to play Vision of Mana. There's a lot of mana games I want to play on stream. Can't move.
Leave it to me.
Eventually. Poor Joshua got
I'll be your
spanked.
opponent.
Die! Nope. I don't have the accuracy to fight these things with melee.
Estelle, do it.
I'm just gonna go ahead and fucking stone him. Oh no, Aqua Bleed. Water does.
Here we go.
I see your
Plays more like Final Fantasy 7 yeah, yeah.
That was better than I thought.
Which I enjoyed Final Fantasy 7 Remake's combat a lot. I also enjoyed the demo for Visions of Mana. There's a kind of a lack of like these kinds of like anime games with like a solid like action gameplay. Well, I think the Tales of series uses it, but I've never played a Tales of game. It's and this series developer Neon Falcom, they also made the East series. East is their action
Be careful, Estelle.
combat anime style game. For advantage, yeah, you do a lot more damage in turn-based in this game.
Yeah.
It was like that in Daybreak as well.
Follow my lead, Joshua.
Let's go ahead and Solar. Solar was blessed in the original game. Ah, you dick. Although I would love if there was like a just full-on action Trails game. Actually, there is, but it's like a spin-off. Well, it shares a Trails name. It's called Legend of Nayuta.
Let us begin.
But it's not canon to the series. Or if it is, it hasn't been revealed how it is canon to this series.
Don't let up.
I don't really need to... Okay, he's...
Here we go.
Earth Magic's okay against this guy.
Sit. Stun.
Follow up?
Get crushed.
The boulder. Rocks fall, everybody dies. These bugs. Some of this... the squishy shit you can just kill in action mode. It's not a whole lot of reason to switch to turn-based with squishy shit, because they die so fast.
Like that.
Oh, I took that in the fucking face. I hate these things. There we go. This tankier shit, you probably want to
Yeah.
turn-based attack their ass.
You're mine.
Nice overkill. I can't remember stun stuff can dodge. Okay, I have some mana. Heal up Joshua.
Let's get moving.
Looks like children came through here. They really did head to the tower.
Never understand
You
how.
even figure that out.
Yeah, I'll never understand how Joshua's.
Better be prepared
It looks
for
like children came through here. No, I smell them. I smell the smelly children.
Be careful, Estelle.
Stinky, stinky children. Just follow the smell of diapers. Oh, I want to kill that. There we go. You switch to characters mid-combat? Oh, you can. Cool. Ah, damn, Joshua. Yeah, at that point, you just kill him like that.
How do you like that?
We're on a roll.
With these big bushes. We're almost there? Yeah, we're almost there.
I'll take you down.
Stop running! Stop running!
A group of enemies. Be careful. Flinched.
Party advantage. Okay. Definitely gonna chain on this.
Hey. You're mine.
Okay, so Joshua's got the big crit. Holy shit. Okay, so we're gonna use this. Can I hit all of them? Yeah, I can. Flicker.
Estelle.
You are still. But in Hurricane. Until I get S breaks, I should just be using lots of crafts.
Too slow.
Baby.
I'll be your opponent.
Do you smell that in the air? It smells like Zoomers.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet.
What's this? Sepid mass. Money. Money, money, money. You like shit for Sepid though. Then again, I always forget that Sepid costs in this game are really small compared to later games. Eat this!
Do it together. I accept your challenge.
Chain?
Joshua!
Yeah. Here, Estelle.
Oh, right. Hurricane. Aw. You counter for 8 damage. I think I gave Estelle the armor.
I won't let you.
I usually build her as a tank anyway.
Leave it to me.
Let's get some soul blurs going.
Sit.
Is it that 0 craft? Or 0 art, sorry?
Let's go.
And another one.
Let us begin.
It's always good to check if you can actually get the cast off before they act. Okay, I'm just gonna attack him.
Stay calm.
I missed. Accuracy is a thing in these games and it kinda sucks.
Stun.
I'm gonna go ahead and chain.
Lead.
Got it. I'll be
Can't
your
move.
opponent.
Alright, now he dies. Dead. Overkill.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Go.
Let's go. Let's go. Chris Pratt is Estelle. Shit, the tower looks awesome in 2025 graphics.
We reached the Jade Tower, but no sign of the kids. Does that mean they went inside already?
Most likely, yes. Let's hurry. There's no time to lose.
Right.
Okay, is there a chest outside? I can't remember. So I'm going to speed up. And look. These bushes being breakable is nice too. Extra items. Nah, nothing. Okay. Into the tower. Nothing outside, nothing outside. Okay. Go ahead and save real fast. Oh, I got a reward too. Cut grass or flowers 50 times, drop of life. Oh, nice. Put that on Estelle. Oh, I should heal her up too. Joshua has no mana. Shit, do I have mana? I do not, that sucks. Oh, Joshua's gonna be our auto attack bot.
It's so dark. I'm scared. You can't get scared yet. We're still on the first floor.
Looks like they really did go inside.
Estelle?
Mom! Pat! If you can hear me, answer me!
Oh, damn it.
Those brats! Are they ignoring me?
No. If I had to guess, I think they already headed to the second floor. Anyway, let's keep going.
They came all this way alone? Oh, they're
Oh.
merciless noogies for this.
There's a reeling thing right here,
I'm
of
just
course.
glad we found them. Let's get them home.
This feels great. Let's keep going.
The dungeon! The Tower Dungeon, Volume 2. Which dropped yesterday, so I really like Tower Dungeon. I've never read a manga as it was ongoing. And I'm starting with Tower Dungeon. That's cool. I really like Tower Dungeon. It was made by the guy who made Blame and Knights of Sidonia. Volume 2 dropped in English yesterday, and I enjoyed it significantly. Next volume drops November, I think? As you progress through the story, special choices may appear, so like the correct response will boost your BP. Yeah, okay. This is like in the original. Now, this isn't the type of game where you can fail the story or anything like that. The differences are minor, but you do get the BP, which is nice. And the correct answer here is to go with Joshua.
Joshua?
Got it!
Go away! Get away!
Oh,
Still? It's Joshua! Boys, get back! It's dangerous!
We'll take care of him.
there you go. BP increased by 1. See? In escort battles, you... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so... The target is incapacitated, it's immediate game over. Proceed with caution. These are fucking annoying. I don't know if they made them better, but in the original escort missions were the bane of my fucking existence because if you wanted max BP, your escort
Hurry up and help me!
can't get hurt at all.
Ugh, why can't you be quiet for a second?
But the AI,
Stay calm and get behind
it basically makes them run around randomly.
Got it!
Okay, so go for this one, I think. Yeah, they do that shit. They just run around. I don't know if that affects. Oh, this is what I mean.
I'll be happy to hurry.
Holy shit! He's gonna kill that kid.
Got it. Let's hit him with our full power.
S-crafts. Getting an amount of CP consuming. Also, selecting capacitors with triangle. I don't know if they made it so that S-craft scaled, but how it works is that at 100 CP, you could use your S-craft. At 200, you get a bonus, but there is no benefit to using an S-craft if you had like 101 to 199, so I'm curious to see. Press 1 to guard against attacks. Guarding reduces incoming by half. The character's delay is also reduced. Oh, I didn't actually never use that, so. The other thing is that you can interrupt with S-craft, so there's a crit on the next turn. I'm gonna attack with Joshua and then immediately use this S-craft.
Let's go. Better be prepared. Cut you down.
Oh god, that was sick. Let's do it again. Use
Here,
pummel.
Estelle.
Here goes.
Oh, it doesn't. You can't steal anymore.
Disrupt the defense.
That's a shame.
Estelle.
Got it. Bonus.
Oh, he still gets the crit. That sucks. Okay, so how it used to work was you would use your S-craft to steal their benefits, but so you can't do that now. That's very important to note. So, okay, so I won't craft it. I won't cast any kind of mirror. But I'm going to not impede. That's the other thing. These story-like fights are not just boss fights, but story fights like this are always turn-based. That's my understanding.
How's this?
I might actually lose this fight.
I'll be your opponent. Perfect move.
Okay, I've got impede.
Dual strike.
Okay, he went back. That's good.
My turn.
Here we
I'm gonna heal up that kid just in case.
You can do it!
There you go, kid.
Let's go. The perfect move.
I'm just gonna go ahead and fucking
Better be prepared.
use my S-crafts.
Cut you down.
It looks so good. I mean, it looked good in the original too, but damn, it looks really cool now.
All right.
I missed. Counter when you're stunned is bullshit. No, don't fucking. This sucks. You see what I mean? You see what I fucking mean? Fucking bullshit, man. So dumb. Okay.
I got your back, Estelle.
I forget a morale.
Let's do this!
It slots in. Where,
I'll be your
okay, so you
opponent.
just can't steal it at all. It sucks.
Better be prepared.
Oh, it's okay. I see. That still sucks, man.
Here goes!
I wonder why they changed that.
Too slow.
This is the end!
Now I don't remember if it's in this fight. I think you get. Oh, fuck.
Leave it to me.
I think you got bonus BP if they took no damage. I'm not that concerned because fuck that, dude. Interesting. It sticks with you now. Weak to water. It's very important.
Broke the defense!
Oh, I should have chained. Oh well. Maybe on this one. Nice. Chain.
Joshua!
I should kill him? Hopefully. No, no way. I forget these guys are resistant to like melee. At least they lost their turns.
My turn!
I'm not even gonna try hit them because missing sucks. I have no accuracy at this point of the game. Just go ahead and cast. Oh, please don't kill the children. Such an annoyance. Fuck. I hate escort fights. I hate them so much. There we go. Now we're good. Children are safe.
Nice! All clear.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that everyone's safe. I'm impressed you kept your cool there.
Really?
Is it over?
It's so over.
No! Estelle, you're actually pretty strong! Not bad for a stupid rookie!
My god, kid.
Idiot.
Oh!
Ow! What was that for?
Seriously, you little brat! Do you have any idea what you've done? It's obvious Pat didn't want to come, and still you dragged him all the way here. You'd better be sorry.
Ow! Stop that! Mean old hag! Stupid Estelle!
Heg?
You've got a lot of nerve saying that to someone who just saved your life. Looks like you need some real punishment.
Aww.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
The
All
noogie.
right, Estelle, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Estelle, maybe you could let him go now?
It's fine. Little brats like this one need to learn the hard way.
Uh-oh.
Estelle, look out!
Huh? Oh, crap.
Aw, shit. Cassius Bright.
Thank goodness you're here.
It looks like you still got a long way to go, Estelle. Always keep your senses honed for the threats you can't see. That is one of the most basic rules for a bracer.
Dad?
What are you doing here?
Ina told me everything. I commend you for taking the initiative to come straight to the tower, but it looks like your follow-through could use some work, yes?
Oh, how embarrassing!
You really saved
How
us, Dad.
embarrassing.
I'm sorry, despite being here with her.
It just means you need to keep working on your defense. You'll get there, one step at a time.
Right.
Come on, let's go home. Can you kids walk?
Yes. You're so cool. You're like a million times cooler than Estelle.
Of course I am.
Of course I.
Now let's get you kids back to town.
Right.
Oh, I'm glad he saved us, but does he really always have to hog all the glory like that? It's not fair!
That's just how it is. In the end, he is Cassius Bright after all.
The Cassius Brights.
Sounds like things got pretty intense.
Seriously, my dad, after we got back, he told us to handle the report and went straight home. What a class act!
What's the problem? After all, the kids are safe, and that's what really matters.
Yeah.
Anyway, that concludes our report.
Ta-da. Child rescue. Your children are safe. So I need 30. I have 5 points and 25 more to get Poison Blade. Okay.
Well, good work on completing your first mission. Based on the report, it seems like you both worked very hard. You should be proud of yourselves.
Really?
Don't worry. I'm sure things will go better next time. I'll be counting on you.
Estelle, let's go home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta get dinner ready anyway.
Oh, hold on 1 minute. There's a letter here for Cassius. I didn't get the chance to hand it over to him earlier. Could you deliver it for me?
Letter to
I
Cassius.
wonder if it's about work again.
I believe so. It's from a guild branch in another country.
A guild branch? In another country?
The Bracer Guild exists
guild branch
outside of
in another
Liverpool,
country.
You know. Cassius is rather famous, so he gets letters like this from time to time. Anyway, I'm counting on you two.
Okay.
Let's see.
No requests. Okay. There comes a point in this game where you can actually go back to the tower.
It's already getting dark. Let's head home, Estelle.
I don't think it's now. Yeah, it's not. Okay. The game doesn't prompt you, or the original did not prompt you, but you can actually go back to the tower and go to the top. These artists wait to. Oh, nice. Can I go into these stores? Are they closed? Yeah, okay.
Let me handle your ordnance.
What to pick, what to pick.
Alright. To exchange my 7. And of course, open slots if I can. $250. Okay. It's important I get Joshua his slots too. Nice. Okay.
Come again.
Okay, so this is the extremely important part of building your character. It's defense. That's arts evasion, arts defense. So let's go ahead and give him the accuracy. Clock up. Clock up is busted. Or it was in the original game. I hope it's still strong. Lock up gives you speed. I'll also give him the attack up, I think. What's this? Like cancel arts delay. It's not bad either, but I think raw attack's gonna help him better. What I'd really like is to get one of these second slots open and give Estelle another Earth Gem. Because there's a spell called Earth Guard. I don't know if it got nerfed as the series goes along. But in the original, it made you invulnerable to one attack.
Are there any bargains?
What I do with Estelle is I plant her in the midst of enemies and have her just spam Earth Guard while Joshua cleans up. Okay, so let's go ahead and save and then run back. Shouldn't be nearly the end of the... No, it's not the end of the prologue.
Hey, Joshua?
What is it?
Am I really fit to be a bracer?
Dad taught you how to fight, so your combat skills are impressive. Not to mention, you always meddle whenever you see somebody in need.
Yeah, I guess I do, huh?
Are you still bothered by what happened at the tower?
Yeah. I nearly got Luke hurt because I was being so careless. If Dad hadn't been there, things might have gone really bad. It all makes me wonder whether I'm really cut out for all this.
It's not like you to talk like that.
Huh?
Any failures of today can be made up for tomorrow. Worrying about what's gonna happen in the faraway future just isn't like you. This is what you always dreamed of. Why are you getting cold feet now?
Joshua.
Joshua!
Yeah, you're right. This isn't like me at all.
Yeah, that serious expression doesn't suit the Estelle I know. The carefree smile is more your style.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Why can't you ever just give me a normal compliment?
You got me there.
Well, whatever. Thanks for cheering me up. Come on, let's hurry home. I'm starting to get hungry.
Step bro.
Sure is carefree.
Alright. Run back home to Daddy-O. Do. There. Bend up. Alright. The lack of loading screens to the outside world is really fucking cool.
We're home, Dad. We finished up the report, too.
Great work. Report details will be examined at each branch, and the results will affect your rewards and promotions. Best remember that.
I know. Oh, right, Dad. Here's the copy of Liberal News you asked us to get. And here's something from the Guild.
A letter?
Well, I'm going to go get started on dinner. Oh, and, thanks for today. For helping us out, I mean.
Oh, rare for you to be so earnest. So, are you finally ready to admit how great your old man is? No need to be shy. Come give your daddy a hug.
Don't get carried away. Ah! Do the men of this family never shut up?
Poor Cassius.
She's taking this better than I expected. Do I have you to thank for that, Joshua?
I didn't do much. I just tried to give her a nudge in the right direction. She's always been tough.
She's getting there.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But as a bracer, you'll often find yourself feeling lost. It's something she'll have to overcome.
Ever the doting father.
Oh, crap. I have to start all over again. Jumping straight into things might have been a bit much. No, cooking is all about spirit. Just have to keep going, no matter what.
Goodness.
Leon!
Never a dull moment.
I'll go help her. At this rate, it'll be hours before we sit down to eat.
Now then. Oh, a message from inside the Empire.
Nutty. I like all of the fucking all the periods they use.
What? Oh, this is a surprise.
It's the Estelle Special Fluffy Egg Chicken Omelet Rice. Eat up!
Omurice? Omurice.
This is delicious. I'm impressed, Estelle.
Behold my true power. A lot has happened, but I think it was a pretty good day after all. I got my qualifications as a bracer and experienced my first mission. And I made a perfect omelet rice.
To think,
Omurice.
my little girl made something edible. I was prepared for the worst. What a letdown.
How rude! Just say it's delicious.
I never thought you'd see me off with something so delicious. Not bad, Estelle.
See you off?
Wait a minute, Dad.
Yes, I have some sudden business to attend to. I expect to be gone for some time.
Hold on a sec. When do you leave?
From tomorrow.
What? That's way too sudden!
What's that letter? Is something wrong?
It's nothing, just a matter that needs a little investigation. I'll be traveling quite a bit, so I expect to be gone for a month or so. I'll be counting on you to watch the house.
What do you mean counting on us? You always just go and do something like this.
It can't be helped, Estelle. It's a bracer's job to help those in need.
I know that, but what about your work at the Roland branch? Don't you have missions to do here?
Around 5 or 6, I believe. Actually, I was thinking, how about you two handle some of those jobs in my stead?
Huh? You mean handle the jobs for you?
Yes,
Nutty.
it'll be things that even rookies like yourselves can handle. Sherazard can deal with the more difficult tasks. What do you think?
I'll do it.
We'll do it!
I think this gives you BP.
I mean, I want to, but... Joshua, you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, it'll be good experience for us.
It's settled then. I'll have it arranged at the guild tomorrow before I leave.
Okay, I'm extra motivated now. I'm gonna take this seriously, so I don't ruin Dad's good name.
Aw, Estelle, you've got me tearing up. Dear, can you see us from up there? Our daughter has grown up to be a truly wonderful girl.
Dad, you're older now. You can't afford any screw-ups. A girl's gotta look out for her dad after all.
Hey, I'm only 45, you know. I'm still in my prime.
Okay, that's enough with the
Okay, he actually
father-daughter
looks
comedy
45
act.
though. They didn't do that fucking that anime shit where like the guy's like 28. He's got like whiteness, like white streaks in his hair.
Which airship will you be taking tomorrow? The one to the royal capital or the one to Bose?
The one to the royal capital. It departs at 10 in the morning.
Then we better be up bright and early. I should set up my alarm clock.
Dad,
Joshua?
you drink that much, and Estelle's gonna get upset again.
Just a little liquid courage for the road. Care to join me?
I'll pass. And don't push booze on a minor.
Yeah.
You're not sheriff after all.
That girl holds her alcohol better than I do.
It's serious, isn't it?
There's no proof yet. But it seems as though the Empire may be on the march.
The Erebonian Empire? That certainly is concerning.
There haven't been any overt movements, but that's all the more reason to be concerned. I'm going to start my investigation at the Imperial Embassy.
All right. You can leave Estelle to me.
Don't spoil it too much. She's a bracer now. She needs to learn to handle herself.
Estelle will be fine. She may still be rough around the edges, but her intuition and skill in combat are impressive. I have no doubt she'll be a first-rate bracer.
She's still just a naive little kid. There will come a time when she has to choose her own path. Joshua, that goes for you too. To think it's already been 5 years. Time certainly does fly.
Indeed. It certainly does.
About what you said back then, do you still plan to follow through?
It's a promise I cannot break. If I failed at that, I could never forgive myself. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize.
Nodding on Bosch's his dramatic voice. I'm sorry.
But remember this. Whatever path you choose, these last 5 years will stay with you. To me and Estelle, your family.
What am I fighting for?
No matter what.
What am I fighting for?
Thank you, Dad.
A father's departure.
Now then, it's time. Estelle, don't get in over your head and cause trouble for Joshua.
I heard you the first 1,000 times. Dad, you be careful out there too. You're not getting any younger, you know.
Huh. Yet not too old to let you kids beat me either. Sherazard, I'm sorry for forcing all this work onto you.
Don't sweat it. Though to be honest, I'm a little nervous. I've got some big shoes to fill.
No need for the modesty, Silver Streak. While I'm at it, one more thing. Take care of those two, will you?
You got it. I won't spoil them too much. I know how to crack the whip. Figuratively, of course.
I trust your judgment.
What?
Like student, like teacher.
The airliner bound for the royal capital will depart shortly. All passengers, please board now.
Oh, Shira.
Right, best.
Ayo.
Take care, Dad. And don't worry about us.
I don't remember which one gives you the BP. Might be the souvenirs.
I don't know where you're going, but don't forget to bring back souvenirs. Some trendy accessories, perhaps?
Hey, this isn't some pleasure cruise. But if I have some time and money to spare, we'll see. Take care, you two.
The airships. One thing I really liked about this series is, at least in the Sky games, is the juxtaposition between like the medieval
It's really
fantasy
dark.
setting and like the well, electronics.
Yeah.
Don't look so down, you two. He'll be back in no time. I don't know what he's investigating, but knowing him, he'll be able to take care of it quickly.
I'm not.
Well, technically it's quartz, but still.
Dad, leaving
It's
us
supposed to be a
alone is
stand-in
nothing
for
new.
electronics. Electricity.
Yeah. Let's just leave it at that. Anyway, I have to finish up the tasks your father handed off to me. If you kids need anything, don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, but to start, we're gonna try and handle things ourselves. I want to see how far we can go on our own.
Oh, maybe not medieval fantasy. I guess more like early 1900s.
Look at you. Well, if Joshua's with you, I suppose there's not too much to worry about.
Just like castles and shit all over the place.
Good luck, you two.
Right.
We'll do our best. So what's next? Shall we head straight for the guild?
Yeah, I want to talk to Ina about the jobs Dad left us. Let's go.
Ding. Oh, there's fast travel. So that was not a thing in the original, was fast travel. No, in the original, no, you had to walk everywhere, man. You had to... This little shot. Oh, nice. Man, that was instant, too. Instant transmission, dude. Okay, let's check the guild.
Hey there, rookie bracers. How's work?
Good. We'll do our best to live up to your expectations. Let's go.
All right, let's
Yeah,
go.
let's go, let's
Everyone,
go.
let's go.
I'm so glad you can still do that.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Still in Joshua. Did Cassius depart already? Yep, just now. I was actually hoping you could tell us about the jobs he left behind for us. Of course. There are 3 jobs I have for the 2 of you. The first is at a farm west of here. A farm to the west? You mean Tio's place? Tio? Yes, that name does sound familiar. She was a classmate of ours, Tio Purzel. Her father owns Purzel Farm. Oh, is that right? Well, Purzel Farm requested assistance in hunting down some monsters. What? Monsters appeared there. Fortunately, no one has been hurt, but they say many crops have been destroyed. Anyway, they sent in a request to the guild. I see. Alright, we'll get right on it. In that case, let me give you this first. Letter of introduction. This letter serves as proof that you were formally dispatched by the guild. Please deliver it to the owner of the farm. You know Tio's dead anyway, so you probably won't need it, but I'll hold on to it just in case. Alright.
Let's check it out.
Shiny stone search. What you ask for a glittery stone for me? Ask me colorful details. You can probably find it behind Melder's Orbital Factory. Okay. And Milch Monster. A dangerous monster known as Pine Plant Plus has appeared on Milch Main Road west of Roland. We request immediate resistance for braces affiliated with this branch.
Here we go, Estelle.
Typically,
Let's check it out.
deadline medium, deadline long. Typically, you want to do the medium and short deadlines immediately. It's not that they're time gated, but they're, I guess, event gated. What's the major, what's the main story has progressed even a little bit, usually by a cutscene or whatever. That marks as a passage of time, and the deadline draws nearer. That's fine, but there are other jobs too, so it might be a good idea to visit different places. While fighting monsters, we should also work on strengthening our tactical orbments. Yes, very good idea. Still need to unlock more slots and gather more quartz. Might want to increase the number of arts we can use too. Alright, monsters are insipid, yeah, okay. And make sure you're using quartz. Don't forget to upgrade your weapons and armor. Once you have enough mirror, let's stock up at Elgar's place. That's why we need to keep defeating monsters, completing a bunch of requests. So, if I'm right, there's silver earrings you can buy here that increase your HP.
Take your time to look around.
I can't decide.
Oh, the weapons are... Okay, so another thing is that your weapons are like the most important thing you have. If you're not doing damage, you're not gonna outlast the monsters you're fighting, so...
Alright, it's decided.
Kunai for
I'll pick
Joshua.
this.
100 HP, resist poison 75. Okay. Oh, there's accuracy too. Though I'm not typically a fan of accuracy accessories in these games, usually I just leave it to the quartz. Okay, the silver earrings are nice. I might have enough to get them.
Alright, it's
Joshua gets some
decided.
armor.
I'll pick this.
Shoes for Estelle. Okay, I can get one, so I'll give it to Estelle.
I pick you.
There we go. And we can sell old stuff. The white wooden staff. And the Dirks. The Dirks. They're Dirks. Dicks. For the rest. Old boots. Just sell those. Arch defense and impedes.
You're welcome to visit.
Right. Nope.
Time.
Do 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 do. Elders.
Is there any bargains?
Looked at stun value. Interesting. I don't recall if break was in the original. I mean, I know you could stun, but there isn't a break bar. It looks like it's just a flat stun percent chance now instead. Okay, that's going to take a bit to get. 250 each, yeah, okay.
Come again.
I'll hold on to my 7th. Go here and talk to the kid. Carl! This is so weird. Just where could it have gone? Can I ask you something? Have you seen a pretty stone around here? Huh? A pretty stone, you say? Yeah, a pretty stone. It's shiny and glittery and everything. Have you seen something like that anywhere? Did you lose it by any chance? I don't think I've seen it. Do you know where exactly you lost it? Oh, when my mom called for me, I had to run over to the general store. I still had it in my hand then, but when I came back, it was gone. The general store? So you mean Redon's shop? Did you make sure to check in front of the shop? Of course I did. Who do you think I am, a dumb kid? Well, you're a sassy kid at the very least. Since I've asked Braces for help, I'm sure it'll be found soon. But if you see a shiny stone, let me know right away. I'll be around, probably. Alright, time to start searching. Well, you've already checked in front of Redon's shop. But there's still a chance you might have missed something. Yeah, we don't have any other leads, so let's head to Redon's shop.
Let's begin.
Now, I can't remember if in the original game, these quests were like your main source of money. I don't even think you could exchange Sepith Mass in the original.
Joshua?
I think you just exchanged regular Sepith, but not the actual Mass. There wasn't Sepith Mass.
Are there any bargains?
Thank you for your patronage.
Orvid. Now. Also, these quests are worth BP as well, which is important. What is it? I thought I saw something glittering in the gutter. You're right. Looks like there's something way down at the bottom. The bottom of the gutter? Did you forget what's below the town? You were just down there. Oh right, the sewers. We went in for that training. The entrance to the sewers is behind the chapel. If you're curious, we can check it out later. Let's do that. Okay, let's go ahead and do this, because I want the money. The main thing is I'm gearing up, not just for the story. It's going to be important for story, but I also want to go back into that tower to the
Sure,
top.
The light we saw is pretty far in.
Treasure hunt part 2. Let's
Oh,
go.
I should heal. That's right, when you get max HP, it doesn't scale your HP up. You have to actually heal. Heal it some way. Oh, these guys are weak now. Nice. That's the other thing. Of course, the higher stats in your weapon means that you can just basically just breeze through all this shit easily.
They have superior numbers. Stay on guard.
Not done yet.
There was a similar mechanic in the old one too. If you were high enough level, or if you just had the stats, when you auto attack something on the overworld, it just died instantly. Just exploded the Sepith.
Let's get moving.
We'll end this in no time.
Alright.
Let's get moving.
Quartz fragment. Oh, I get it now. So this is what we saw shining in the gutter. Looks like it. It's a quartz fragment. No wonder it's so shiny. It's a pretty little rock, alright. Those things are made out of septium, aren't they? That's correct, generally speaking, but... Well, I can't leave the finer details for later. The damn smelly sewer really isn't the best place for a chat after all. Good point. Last thing I want is to smell a sewer for days on end. It wasn't until Daybreak they added, physics to, to like hair and clothes. It's kind of funny seeing like one of the main characters in one of the later games is like a like a long coat as his outfit, and like it's like glued to his legs. It doesn't have any physics attached to it at all. There we go. Alright, let's get this back to the kid. Speed boost. That stone. Well now, I'm guessing this is your stone. Quartz fragment? Yeah, this is it. My pretty stone. What the heck? It's all dirty. Hey, there's something else you should say before you start complaining. Yeah, I know. Your braces, aren't you? I already paid the mirror to the guild. I have every right to complain about it. That's not the issue here. Estelle, calm down. He's just a kid. I know, but is that quartz what you're looking for? Yeah, but this stone is a quartz? The same quartz that goes inside ornaments? Yeah, I can verify it's the same quartz that you make out of sepith. It's cracked though, so it won't function anymore. Of course. So the stone really is for ornaments. I knew it. What's wrong? You look out of it. Huh? None of your beeswax. Anyway, thanks for finding it. See you later. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. You can have these. Drill meatballs. Nice. Free food. Mom says these meatballs are good for you. But they're so bitter, I just want to spit them back out. Thanks for today. Free food is always good. What a shameless little brat. He's probably at that rebellious age. I've got to wonder, though. Why was he looking for quartz? Huh? Now that you mention it, it's kind of strange. Still, it's not our problem. Everyone likes different stuff. I guess so. Maybe that kid is interested in ornaments. I really don't get what's so interesting about these convoluted gizmos. That's the thing I'll never wrap my head around. You should at least try to understand them moving forward. If you don't know how to use orbits, you won't have a very successful career as a bracer. That's the truth. Yeah, I'll try.
Woo! All done.
It's a core part of these games is getting used to the orbit mechanics. Okay, so that means you can actually... interesting. What I'll do then is I'll do the other missions. I recall there being a mission to save a cat. I don't remember if that's now. All the way here and for nothing. No, that's not it. Calvard. Is that a neighboring company? Republic of Power is a nation to the east of Liberal. I knew that. I was just testing you. This does seem to be a genuine folkcraft from Calvard. If you take it to the royal capital, Grandsall, I'm sure you'll find more luck. Really think so. I was hoping it's a little better out in the boonies, but maybe this place is just a little too boony. Oh well, I'll stick out here a little longer before heading to Grandsall. Now what in the world can my son Carl be doing? Just as I thought he was helping out a little, he went off wandering again. Okay. Someone is missing a cat, if I remember correctly. It could be that that quest isn't available yet, though. It might be later. Turn on the speed boost mode. Oh, there's the cat. Okay, I guess he's not missing yet. Okay. Let's go. I'm sure the game would actually...
It's been a while since we last went to Purzel Farm. Training really
I'm sure the
kept
game
us
would
busy.
actually tell me anyway.
Don't forget.
It's told me
this is
everything
for
else so
work.
far.
We're bracers now.
That's right. I gotta show Tio and the kids my emblem. Yeah.
I'll be your opponent.
I'll be your opponent. Oh, I took that to the face.
End this.
This guy's a little tanky, so let's switch this.
Keep at it.
Yep.
Do.
Here we go.
Pick the stone. Obnoxious buzz. I need to be using Joshua's flicker more. Flicker was busted in this game. Impede in general is really strong.
We're on a roll.
Or not impede. Delay. Yeah, let's kill everything. The other thing is that killing everything at least once generally puts you in a good spot for level-wise. I'm sure it's like this in this game as well, but it
Be careful, Estelle.
originally and in I think all the Trails games, you can't really grind for levels. I mean, you can, but you start getting diminishing returns on your XP, so you can't like over level very easily. The game more or less keeps you where as strong as it wants you to be for any given point in the story. Just auto attack my death. There we go.
Yeah, that's good.
But I found that killing everything once puts you in a pretty solid spot, power-wise. Power-wise and XP-wise.
Here we go.
Even easier with the action combat.
Not done yet.
Nice. Just kill them.
Not bad.
Level up. That's the other thing too, is that typically in this series, at least until like Cold Steel, even small amounts of stat ups are huge boosts.
Joshua, dodge it!
If you find yourself stuck on something, you just leave and go get some equipment. Usually there's like defense thresholds on these enemies. You'll tell because you'll hit them and you'll do like shit for damage. And they won't even they're not even like resisting. They just have their defense status so high that you're not doing shit to them.
Not done yet.
Go.
Let's keep it up.
Oh, that's a big boy. Oh shit, not the Rhydodons, whatever they're called.
Next.
It is fucking strong. Oh shit.
I'll destroy you.
Okay, so
Estelle.
launches like this, you gotta use the weaknesses. Rhinociders, that's what they're called. Fireballs. That's right, I have clock up now, dude.
Let us begin. Yeah.
Speed and move up, nice. Always good. Okay. So he's weak to earth.
Here we go.
I'm gonna try to delay him. So I need to be using Joshua's crafts more. Oh boy. Oh, that hurt.
Get crushed. All right.
Okay. I always build my Estelle as like a mage tank. I might as well just fucking... I suppose I should just S-craft. I don't have the fucking... Fire can inflict burn, but... Soul Blur. Try and stun him. Speed up. Speed boost. There we go. Nice.
That was better than I thought.
You did it, Estelle.
You did it, Estelle.
One more. That was better than
In
I
general,
thought.
this action shit just makes the game progress faster than it originally. It's like The original was like an old school JRPG, so you had like the little intro, you get the little outro when you win, the party screen when you party victory screen. This just keeps things moving, which is really nice. Here we go.
How do you like that?
You did it, Estelle. Treasure.
Did it, Estelle. Oh, I took that to the face. There we go.
Victory is
Treasure.
ours.
Eye drops. Always nice, because blind is fucking annoying. Okay, let's double back around.
I'll take you down.
Yeah, that's
Together.
Nice job, Joshua. Finish this.
yeah, that's good.
Nice job, Joshua.
Do 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 do.
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
Oh boy.
Not done yet.
Ah, he uses flicker already. Very cool.
Not done yet.
Doesn't look like there's any lock on in this game though. There was lock on in Daybreak, but it doesn't look like there's one in this game. Here we go. More guy over
That's
here.
good.
I'm not beat yet.
Okay, so more this
Let's
way.
keep it up.
I'm not beat
And I do
yet.
like to be thorough with my exploration. Especially in a game like this. With all the items you can get. There we go. Oh, alright. Good progress.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet. Look, it's an airliner.
That's the Cecilia heading for Boast. It circles around the kingdom.
Where? Don't see it.
Safe travel.
What the fuck, Estelle?
Where does her energy even come from?
You lied to me.
Here we go.
Goodness. What time is it? We'll go a little bit longer. I would like to get to the top of the tower before I end.
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
Let's do it together. Battle concluded. Let's keep moving.
Yikes! Stay back.
Next. Eat this.
There we go. Okay, we'll go right first.
Yeah, that's
Another
good.
Rhino Cider.
Nice job, Joshua.
I'd like to get one more level.
Dodge it! Monsters. Could be trouble.
We'll end this.
Shit, I think Estelle's hits,
Let's go.
or melee hits better. Yeah, it hits way bigger areas.
This one's dangerous. Keep it together.
I pulled the Rhino Cider.
Not done yet.
Come on, stun. Stun! Stun! There we go. Alright. Now we can start spamming this shit.
Here we go.
Leave it to me.
That's right, that's the sever. Then with the crunch, then with the sever.
Cut you down. It flinched.
And shit.
Got it.
Okay, there should be death. Not quite, okay. Oh, Joshua!
I'll be your opponent.
Sorry, buddy. There we go. Level up?
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
Not quite, okay. I should have bought some EP boosts. That's right. What am I doing?
Yeah.
There we go.
Stun. Let's keep it up.
Come here, buddy.
Eat this.
There we go.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice job, Joshua.
Item. Status up. A defense. Always good. Done on a cell. It is a treasure chest and... Oh, interesting. I don't remember if it was in the original game, but...
This chest. Use caution.
That's right, there was... Okay. This fight here, I remember being... I think I died at this chest a few times. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there's an encounter here, okay. Okay, these guys are really weak to fire. Luckily I have Joshua set up.
My turn.
Shit. Okay.
Don't let off.
Pummel.
Too slow.
Okay. I'm gonna try and pummel what I can. They're all spread out, it sucks. Oh well. Steer rake. Chain. The chain hits everything, right? Nah, okay. Oh, that's why this fight sucks. Oh.
Fire.
Nice Joshua's. Oh, Estelle.
I'll show no
He
mercy.
is not having a good day.
Let us begin. I won't let you. Fire.
Oh shit, okay. Oh, Estelle's down, yep.
Leave it to me.
This fucking sucks. Okay,
Better be prepared.
get you. Ah, okay, so if you kill an enemy, you okay, I see. Or not even just kill, but just, oh boy.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, this fight fucking sucks, man. Okay, yeah, zero powder. Shit, I can't reach her. Alright, cookies.
Yeah. This is dangerous.
I might be able to reach her. Get up, Estelle.
Close one.
Nice.
Show
Oh,
no mercy.
God. Oh, nice. 0-0. Okay. Who's almost dead? Here we go.
Fire.
All up.
This is bad.
God damn. Okay. We should be fine now. Not weak to water, are they? No, of course not. Okay. That's right, she has darkness on. Shit. Alright, Joshua, carry. Carry us. Chain?
Leave it to me.
Oh, nice, another one.
This is bad.
Okay, Estelle, you can keep yourself up. Keep yourself in line.
Fire! Leave it to me. Fire!
Oh, nice. And just like that.
Nice job, Joshua.
Simple as. Laced boots.
We'll reach Purzel Farm if we head south from here.
I hope everyone's doing.
That's the other thing, is that in these games, or at least in these early games, your give me the laced boots.
Okay.
The best items in any given chapter are typically found inside chests. So it's always good to go out of your way to get the chests open.
Not done yet.
Oh, dick. Alright.
Let's keep it up.
Kill the Milch monster.
Hey, that light.
Oh, all these things.
I'll be your opponent.
Oh, goodness, that hurt. What the fuck? Oh, God. I can't remember what those things are called. They're worth a lot of XP, though. I think they give you an auto level up if you kill them. They're like slime, the metal slimes from Dragon Quest. There's the Milch monster. Let's clear everything around him first.
Joshua, stop it! Here we go. There's a lot of them. Be careful.
Ah, okay, so you can chain those. Okay. I see, very nice.
Not done yet. Next.
Okay.
Let's keep it up. Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet. Together. Not done yet.
Chain those.
Done. Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
Large monsters roaming nearby. Exterminate.
They look
I hope I have what I need to kill this thing. I have the poison resist thing on too, so. Okay, buffs in this game are really strong. Buffs in Trails games in general are really strong, so it's always worth buffing up.
Leave it to me.
Lock up.
Leave it to me.
Okay. Joshua should be able to flicker this thing to death. Well, maybe not, but. Holy shit!
You can do it!
Thank you.
Joshua, not having a good day. Okay,
You'll pay
we're
for
fine.
that! How's this?
Is he weak to anything? Not water. Well, magic in general is strong in these games too. Let's impede.
Let's go. Here we go.
I'll show no mercy.
You can't delay him? Interesting. Take the fire at least.
Leave it to me. Let us begin. Fire! Stun!
Oh, I missed that. Oops.
Follow my lead.
Got it. Leave it to me.
You're mine.
Here, Estelle.
Downside to using
Get crushed.
the fast forward. Missed the prompts.
You're mine.
This is the end.
There we go. Oh my god! I forgot he did that. Holy shit!
We're on a roll.
God damn.
Done.
Joshua is fucking. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and heal, shall we?
Close one.
That was close.
Jesus. Okay, so. I'm not gonna kill everything over here. Mostly just in the items now.
Joshua, dodge it.
Yeah.
Treasure found.
White bracelet, accuracy. Nice. Okay, that's always good. Give that to Joshua for sure. And he resists blind, which is also good. Nothing worse than missing a flicker.
I'll take you down. Finish this.
With enemies, be careful. Next. Flinched.
Not done yet.
Let's get them. Eat this.
One more.
Flinched.
All right.
Eat this. Done. Eat this.
Nice level up for Joshua. I would like to get Estelle up as well. Maybe one more fight? And I'll be in a good spot for the tower, I think.
Flinched. Eat this.
Not done yet.
Do it together. Eat this.
There we go. Okay, Estelle's leveled up. Let's save. We get 170 slots to save. That sucks. Let's go to the tower. And see how well I
Here
do.
we go.
There is treasure in here, and there's no prompt to come back here. You know what? I need to return to the city, actually. Because...
Let's go.
I need to see if I can open up slots.
Let me handle your
Which one
ornaments.
should I pick?
Okay, Estelle, can I... Nah, it's not enough. That sucks.
Come again.
Oh well. Then let me go buy some potions.
Oh, hello,
Are there any
Estelle.
bargains?
Just in
Joshua?
case. Some bombs. Actually, I already have 5.
I'll pick you.
We definitely need EP charges. Yes.
I'll pick this.
Thank you for your patronage.
Okay. Now we try.
Let's go, Joshua.
But there's chests in here that have some really good equipment.
Let's keep going.
There's no prompt to come in here. It's not in the original. There's a lot more details that you can see now. That you couldn't see in the original because of the... It was a 2D game. Ah, even the tower is no loading screens. Interesting. Go. Slash. Okay. The other thing too is that I found that in Daybreak, the action made it so that you can the action content made it so you can actually take on some difficult stuff a lot easier. All you have to do is just dodge. So this is not going to be tedious going up here. This is actually going to be preferred.
I'll be your opponent.
Yeah, see, he's complaining about not doing any damage, but... There we go. Tear bomb. Okay, that just goes back. Yeah, it does, okay. Up. Third floor. Why were these things being a fucking nuisance? There we go. There we go. Okay, other way around. Go.
Blade isn't working. Superior numbers.
Here we go. One more. Not done yet.
Ooh, almost got hit by that. Nice. Okay. Other side again. I think it's just boxes over there. Not a big deal. But I want this. Jimmy Shellbake. More food. And of course, Sepith.
This chest.
There's a fucking encounter in there. Okay. P-charge. This might be one of the equipment chests? I can't remember. See any chests on the other side, so let's save. Alright. But of course, these encounters are also forced, Oh, Jesus, I remember this shit. Okay. Need to impede. They're very, very strong. They have a lot of HP. Oh. Morale is still... Morale bad.
How's this? Let's do this!
This is where Earthguard comes in handy. Oh my god!
Let's go!
That crit hurts.
How's this? Yeah! You can do it!
Thank you.
Oh, God. Okay. can we clock up? Yes. Nice.
I'll show no mercy.
Now these things casts are really fucking deadly, and I'm pretty sure they self-destruct on death too, which makes this even worse. I'm gonna heal. The cell's just gonna be a heal bot for now. That's what I mean by a stealth tanking. I don't have a ton on her yet, but this is very, very. Oh boy.
Let us begin.
Need to be careful with these fights.
Fire!
Did I not hit the right one? I think maybe I did not hit the right one. Okay. Pummel steals. I didn't mean to do that. Oh shit. Oh, I think Joshua will be dead. Oh, just barely. God damn.
Let us begin.
Joshua. Hang in there, buddy. There he goes. I were getting shit for this in the first game as well, the original. Let's res, shall we? Joshua, you want to get up, buddy?
Phew, that was close.
This is bad. Here goes.
Another part of this game, I fairly do it. If you know a character is gonna die, just go ahead and use their S break, because you lose all your CP when you die and you get 0 HP. Wish I lost all Joshua's, so that's good. Still. Oh, god damn.
I'll be your opponent.
Strength up by 2. Thank you, meatballs.
Close one.
Oh. They called for backup. This sucks. This is getting very hairy. Okay.
Let us begin. Fire! Flinched!
My turn.
Oh, Joshua. Oh, Joshua.
I got your back, Estelle.
Hey, Burrell.
Time to strike.
Leave it to me.
Okay, gonna heal. Nice. Okay, I should be okay, I think.
Let's go.
Oh, nice. A, full strike. No, I want a flicker. Here we go. Ah, they don't explode when they die. No, they definitely do. Oh, shit! Oh, my god! Oh, please. It hurts. No more. I used the rocks to destroy the rocks. There we go. Okay.
That went better than I thought.
It's more really cutter.
We're on a roll.
Nice. More really finishing blow. Excellent. Ah, so there is like a old steel-esque thing. Okay, the monk staff. So this is the best weapon for Estelle in this chapter. I haven't been paying attention to these either. These are very helpful. Free reses? This game just shits items on you, man. Where's, did I get a... Oh, drop this, there we go. Okay, so max HP up, definitely for Estelle. Strength up, Estelle. Magic. Spirits. Excellent. Okay. That's it for this floor, I think. Now, I think there's a armor piece in here too, but I can't quite remember. Destroy that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
I'll be your opponent. Stun! Slash!
There we go.
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua. It's tough.
We'll end this in no time.
The other thing too is that in Daybreak, when you switch from real time to
Treasure found. Nice job,
turn-based, you actually did an amount of damage upon entering the turn-based combat. It's not in this game. I know there's a lore reason why, but
My blade isn't working.
it really makes
I'll be your opponent.
this active combat feel a little bit like it's more worth it.
Not done yet.
Go.
Not done yet.
Ow. Fucking dick.
I can't lose yet.
I can't lose yet. Is there no chest over here? There's no chest in... Fuck this guy. Oh, I see. It's the stairs up.
We'll end this in no time. Stun! Slash! You're not done yet.
It's tough.
It flinched!
There we go. Okay. It's still getting all the HP.
Not beat yet.
For AI can get hit a lot more, and it's not nearly as bad as it could be. I should have engaged these. Oh well.
Finish this. Not done yet.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet.
This chest.
Okay, another fucking encounter. Okay, I think this is the armor piece, but I don't quite remember.
This guy means business. I'm
More
game.
rocks. Excellent. Alright, morale.
Time to strike. Joshua, do it.
And clock up. Yep.
Leave it to me.
Okay, now I can have Joshua just blowing shit up with a fireball.
I won't let you.
All right.
God, I wish I had Earthguard. Let's go ahead and heal up Joshua. He needs to live. It's important.
Fire!
He's all my damage.
Thank you.
I would like a full strength pummel, too.
Let's go. Fire! It flinched.
Follow my lead.
The cell might die. I might have to pummel. Yeah, I'm gonna pummel.
This is bad. Here goes.
There's the... Oh! Still. Oh shit, I don't think I have any
I
reses.
see your move. I'll be your opponent.
No, I have one. Okay, good. Here, still, get up.
Yeah! Leave it to me.
Close one.
Let us begin.
You would get in the melee range.
Stun! Keep it up. Let's go.
Okay, let's get the fuck away from this guy because he's about to explode. Fireball. Okay, we'll head up with another morale just in case.
Time to strike.
Plus morale pays itself off of that CP gain. CP gain is huge in these games.
Let us begin.
Get away from this guy. We can start helping Joshua.
Fire!
You can do it.
Thank you. I'll be your opponent. Let us begin. Fire! Stun!
You're mine. All right. Here we go.
Let us begin.
I feel like I feel like the casts were adjusted too. I feel like spells are way cheaper in this edition. Because I feel like when I played through the first, like the original, I was running out of mana all the fucking time.
I can't lose yet.
I feel like it in this game though. Green sphere. Speed, crit, evasion, resist. This is going to be very helpful. That is going on Joshua for sure. My speed demon. Speed is king. Oh, and I have rewards. Materials. Okay, we don't need to heal. This is another chest. I could have swore there's another chest with a piece of gear in here somewhere. Ah, there's 2 ways up, that's right. Let's go this way first. One of these, like, fucking... Oh! Zarksic! I appreciate the tube. I need it for this tower. I'm sorry, Zarksic. RPG is fucking dead, dude.
Let's keep moving.
The developer put out a post yesterday saying he's focusing on other things while he gets back to the right mindset to fix his stream RPG. So RPG is dead, dude. It's dead as fuck. And yeah, the pixels are 3D now. Go.
Here we go.
Blade isn't working.
Blade isn't working my ass. Grip to the RPG, yeah. There we go. Okay, one of these paths leads up to the... We were hoping he just leaves the other.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet.
One of these leads... Okay, I went the right way first.
Found treasure.
Here's the treasure chest.
I'm not beat yet.
Okay, that's a spirit droplet. Active combat. It's a mix, yeah, so... This is one of the changes that came with the Daybreak games. So, like 10 games after this one. You can initiate active combat and then switch to turn-based. Generally speaking, at least what I found is that it's best to just do active combat for the little shit. Because the game forces you into turn-based for bosses anyway and story encounters and shit, so... It's just way faster if you just kill things actively. Okay, so down here. I've been struggling against some of these chest fights anyway, with the turn-based. It's just as difficult as I remember it. These fights are brutal, man. If I just wait for this, yeah, this releases in like 4 hours, 2 hours, something like that. Yeah, it comes out like literally late tonight. I have no idea what the price point is for it. I'll tell you right now, I will pay it. I'm gonna buy this game instantly.
Let's keep it up.
Demo does carry over, yes. If you play the demo To the end, all your progress is saved for the full game. The floor, okay.
My blade isn't working.
The blade isn't working. And I'm gonna be honest, this is the way to play the game. I love the original. Like, the original is like one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. But this is really good. The vibe has been maintained, yes. This game is really relaxing, and I don't like this game rearranged my neurons the first time I went through it. And the full voice acting helps too. Johnny Young Bosch is Joshua, man.
Let's keep it up.
Okay, I think this progresses. Yeah, it does. So I think I go this way first. And all the little secrets from the original are in here too, which is really nice. Like, what I'm doing now, like I was saying earlier, there is no prompt to come back to the Jade Tower. But you absolutely should, because there's a lot of good shit in here. The game's a little more handholdy too. Some
This chest looks good.
things are marked on the map a lot easier, and there's fucking fast travel. The fast travel is the big thing. You don't have to manually walk everywhere. I already telling Doom Guy when he started, I was like, get friendly with that fast forward button, because you're gonna be walking all over the fucking place.
That's the stuff.
Okay, I don't think there's a boss up here. I'm gonna use my droplet. Oh, I already used my droplet. I'm gonna save just in case. I don't think there's anything up here. Yeah. The only thing is, I'm really curious how far they're gonna do with these remakes. I think that I can basically just say they're basically gonna do the first 3 games for sure. I'm curious if they're gonna do the crossbow games. They have all the assets needed to remake the crossbow games, but because the setting is in the later games. Some of the early reviews came out. This game is scoring like a 90-91, which I'm very happy to see.
Wow. So this is the rooftop. I feel like it could touch the sky now.
That's just your imagination.
Shit.
But the view sure is great. How about we walk around for a while?
See everything too. There's no load screens in the overworld either, which is really fucking cool. We used to get all the PS1, PS2 ones. That's probably like 9 games for all. I think it's 5 games for 2D games. First one had minimal voice acting. The only voice acting was like in a victory screen, or when they attacked and casted shit. They just made like little sound bites. They still had voice actors. I think they got the original voice actors from that game for this game. The only one they replaced was, not only one, but one of the ones they replaced was, the Bard. He was voiced by Troy Baker in the original, now he's voiced by, Matt Mercer. Well, he's been voiced by Matt Mercer for a while, so. The drunk wife, she should be back in town. I think I'll be seeing her after I do some of these quests. Now, there's no prompt to come up here. I mentioned this before, there's no prompt to come up to the roof. It does affect a cutscene later on, though. Little secret there. And of course, you get all the good shit inside the tower as well. Okay, I think I could just fast travel from up here. I hope. Oh, excellent. Oh, this is beautiful. Yes.
Let's go, Joshua.
Tower is a fucking nightmare anyway.
Time for another day's work.
Instant transmission, bro. Instant transmission. Okay, I hope I have enough to upgrade.
How's Bracer work treating you?
Time for some shopping.
Another little trick. Get 2 slots for Estelle instantly. Joshua is worth opening the initial slots, but you want the second one to be Estelle. From there, get get one of these.
Come again.
Give it to Estelle. Earthlights. Okay. Yeah, menu's really clean, really fucking clean now too. Okay, that's anything else?
Time for some shopping.
Invest in Earth early for Estelle. Get her as much Earth as you possibly
Come
can.
again.
It's my book. This is new too. You get rewards for doing shit like achievements. It makes the game way easier. Just straight up, it just makes the game easier. And there's separate math too. I don't believe there is separate mass in the original. It was all just the regular separate. Separate math was added later as a way for currency for you to get money. All I've said do is follow damn tree. There's plot ghosts, yeah.
Come again.
How do I open my... I can't remember how to open my fucking Bracer book. No... It's this one, right? Pest control. I did these. This is supposed to be basically 1-to-1, yeah. I'll be right back in just a second. I'm back. I need something to drink. I told myself I wouldn't be up late playing this game. But, you know, I can go fuck myself. I'm gonna be up late playing this game. Tales of Zillia look good, yeah. I've never played a Tales of game. I have Berseria, which I've only ever heard nothing but good things about. Most of the Tales of games. Crits, evade. Action is really good too. I think Joshua has max accuracy. Okay, he's got 104, which is plenty. This cool Tales got a Dark Sea starting a story player and couldn't find us because it's get kept on PS4 until next month. It's getting a remake. It just wasn't on Steam. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember you were telling me about that, yeah. It doesn't help that, like, much like Trails, there's like 30 of those fucking games. It's like Tales of this, Tales of that, Tales of whatever. Okay, I don't need anything else here. Clear the tower. For that early game boost, that should make the rest of this prologue the rest of this chapter pretty simple.
Oh, hello, Estelle.
What do we
Joshua?
need?
It's so old shit too. Pile rod. Spikes. That's Joshua's spikes. Don't need that anymore. Oh shit, these droplets are worth thousands. Oh, I actually have 3.
I pick you.
Okay, I can't remember if you bring newspaper to someone at the end, but it's always good to have the newspaper. On cover now.
Thank you for your
The crusty
patronage.
meaties in here. That's one thing that Valcom always does when they remake their games. They go to system and then options. See? You can put on the old style. I don't know what customize is. I kind of think customize. They actually re-released this game for the Vita. It was called Trails in the Sky Evo or Evolution. I think that's what customize is. I don't know for sure. Sounds less compressed, yeah. Okay, so I've done all of these things. I'm actually curious if it lets me go the other way now. It didn't let you in the original game,
Time to get
but
moving.
say real fast. Pick percent, yeah, it might be a. We were playing East 1 and 2 Chronicles, and that game had like literally 4 different versions of the music, the soundtrack on there, from all the re-releases they did. You can actually go this way, interesting. Couldn't go this way before in the old game. Do you go to the forest here?
Take you down.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet.
Yeah, they've remade the first 2 games like I swear like 3 or 4 times, dude. PC 88, PC whatever the fuck, and then PlayStation 1 and fucking SNES and fucking.
We have superior numbers. Stay on guard.
I hate these owls. Okay, I might be a little out of my element here. The bugs are easy. Honestly, East's timeline is all over the place. The games aren't released in chronological order, so it doesn't help you at all to keep track of which ones you play. He's the sword man, man. He's the red-haired sword man. Okay, the owls aren't as tanky as I thought they were. Slash! There we go.
Treasure found.
Treasure found. This is new. I don't believe you could go this way this early.
Yikes! Stay back!
Thank God for fast travel. Another chest. I'm mostly interested in the treasures over here. Not so much the enemies. Nice. Droplets. Droplets are new too. Droplets weren't in the original. I don't think they were anyway. Permanent stat ups. Another way to make this game easier. Okay, this is where the forest is, I think. It's highway. Let me go ahead and give Estelle. There we go. Nice. Excuse me, monsters. This wall, right? Can I go here? What the fuck? Okay, alright,
This feels great.
so everything in here is definitely gonna fucking kill me, but go ahead and put these on. Always stat up your protagonist. Never know when you're gonna get thrown into a 1v1. Okay, I'm not.
We'll end this in no time.
Oh, they're not that tanky. Okay, I was expecting them to be like way over low and kick my ass.
Stay on guard. It's flinched. Not done yet. Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
I'm not getting shit for XP though, so I'm not gonna try and fight these too much. I want the treasures though, treasure chests.
This guy means business. I'm game.
No, Estelle, we're not fighting anything, we're looking for treasure. Shit, okay. Bear claw.
What is this?
That's a rare plant. Let's take it with us, just in case.
Black bangle. Nice. This is sick, okay. Yeah, you never know when you get thrown into a 1v1, so you gotta beef up your protagonist. Especially an idiot like Estelle. Okay, so what does this give? Speed with 5 resist sleep. That's going on. Shit, I'm gonna lose accuracy though. It doesn't matter. This is gonna be more important. Speed is the god stat. Always remember that. Past all this shit. Want treasure.
This is a good place to stop.
Phew, that was a good break.
Having all these early on is gonna be really helpful. Oh, especially these. I'm pretty sure these are quest items too. Since I can come here so early, I wonder if this is if I get BP for doing this. The treasure.
Found treasure.
Drop on magic. Excellent. Fucking janky. Yeah, it feels like Trails 1, which I'm glad to see. The magic, the quartz system too is the same as it was before too, which I was happy to see. I know they change it up every few games in the series, but Trails 1's quartz system is my favorite. I know this area. Oh, but there's a chest here.
Treasure found.
Beast High jumpsuit? Oh shit. Hold in. You get to pay the list. Damn it. Oh, is that out? Okay. I'll have to take a look at it. Unfortunately, Pete comes out tonight. Okay, let me put this on. Shit, okay. With a bear claw. Okay, nothing else here. Wait for the next 5 days, okay, I see. It's co-op, right? How many players is it? This is sick. I love that I can come here immediately. bear claw.
All right, treasure time.
It drops secure sleep. Oh shit! Okay. Let's just leave. Bye bye. Time to go. 3K player queue earlier. True students popping off. I'm glad. Also blurry retail albums and legendaries shit. It's 4-player. 2 DPS tank and healer. Oh yeah. Is there how many what do you call it? How many classes are there? Or characters or whatever they use? Far back can I go all the way to the gates? Granson Gate. Holy shit, okay. More treasure. More treasure, more.
This chest looks good.
Nice steal this bomb. Nothing over there. Nothing over there. Ah, treasure.
Treasure found.
Lots of Sepith. Shit, you really can run all the way to the Granson Gate. There are items here. Okay, there's no reason to come this far back, so... But, I do have a fast travel, I suppose. I don't know why, but... I don't think you actually come back here.
Let's go, Joshua.
Monk Tank, Warrior Tank, Fire Mage, Frost Mage, Rogue 2 Ender Guide is in the beta. For healers, Disc Priest. Do with some cool new gimmicks. Disc Priest is a dwarf. I'm the dwarf character, Butters. Yeah.
How's Bracer work treating you?
I can't decide.
Okay, can I get her another slot? 600, of course not. Not more slots is always good, so... What I need... I just need stronger ports is all it boils down to. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably check it out then at some point. Save. And now I can do this quest.
Be on your toes.
This way? Yeah, this way, okay.
Yikes! Stay back!
The Rhino Cider. I do want these chests.
The enemy's strong. Keep cool.
Drop a defense. Early access next month. Is there a, do they have a price for it, like for full game? Other chests. Okay, I can keep going this way. There's no point in fighting these now because I'm getting diminishing
This
XP.
chest looks good.
It's bombs. Not yet. Guess it's 30 max by 2025. Okay, that's a fair price. I can't bother the Rhino Ciders. Bristle Farm. Cosmetic shop, and it's gonna have seasons. They go higher and out they're shooting souls in the face. Yeah. Yeah, if they're having cosmetic shops, then there's no way they're gonna have a huge price point. It's as peaceful as ever. Can't believe it's being attacked by monsters. I don't see any obvious signs of disturbance. First, we should try to get more information. I wonder where Tio is. Definitely safe here. Yeah, this game looks fucking phenomenal.
Wow! Look at all those veggies. They look so juicy and delicious.
But some of them are ruined, so it's just as reported.
The fuck?
Oh, there she is.
Oh.
Tio!
Tio.
Hey, Tio!
Hey, it's been a while.
Estelle, and Joshua too. Are you two here to visit?
Nope, we've got official bracer work to do. We heard you've got a monster problem on your hands.
They explained that they had taken the job in place of Cassius.
So, you two are all done with training? Congratulations! I'm so happy for you. In that case, I think you two might be able to help.
So there really are monsters here?
Yes, they've been a constant menace. Thanks to them, I haven't been able to get any sleep.
So you mean the monsters only appear at night?
That's exactly right. You can ask Mom and Dad for more information. They're out on a delivery, but they should be back soon.
Tio. There's another minor spoilers. There's another character named Tio in the later games that. Ah, yes, the cow moves. When I hear Tio, I think of someone completely different.
Hello, you two.
It's good to see you both.
Oh my, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua.
It's been so long.
Sure, in the whole series.
way
Yeah, it's a
here to
major
see
spoiler, and I'm sorry.
Oh, we just ran into her before.
But we're
Tio, the
actually here
greatest
on assignment
Trails
from the
character.
Bracer Guild.
Major spoilers. Headed over to let her introduction explain the situation.
I see. So that's what's going on. But isn't it a little dangerous for you two to be doing this on your own?
Indeed. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you kids.
Don't worry, we're bracers after all. Hunting monsters is what we do best.
We've received
the pain.
certification from the guild, so please, let us take care of this.
Well, if you insist, please do.
Thank you.
If you
What
insist.
can you tell us about the monsters you've been dealing with?
I don't know exactly what they are, but they look like round cats. 3 or 4 of them appear in the middle of the night and chew through our crops.
They're not exactly ferocious,
hydrate.
but they are quick. Every time I try to round them up, they slip right past me.
What a strange
Maybe
monster.
just skip that.
If they only come out at night, then we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, just make yourselves at home until then.
Of course, you two will be staying for dinner, yes?
Of course. I can't wait. Your cooking is always so delicious, Hana.
You flatter me. I'll be sure to cook up something you'll love.
All right. Nighttime.
That was delicious. Hana's cooking is always so good.
Mom tends to go overboard whenever we have guests, but I do feel a bit bad for Joshua, making him take care of my little siblings like that.
Aw, don't worry about all that. Joshua's always been good with the kids. Not sure why, though. He's usually so uptight all the time.
That's not true. He's always polite and he can feel a little distant. But once you get to know him, it's easy to see how caring he is. All those little acts of kindness would charm just about anyone.
You think?
On top of that, he's a real looker. Those mysterious amber eyes and raven black hair. It's no wonder he's so popular with the girls.
Still.
Joshua's popular?
You seriously didn't know that? Rumor has it, there's been more than a few who asked him out on a date. But he turned down every single one.
I had no idea. Joshua never told me about any of that. He's so secretive, so distant, or more like heartless. What the heck?
Well, it'd be one thing if you were brothers, but I think talking to a sister about this would be kinda tough. And besides, this is you we're talking about, Estelle.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Estelle, are you ready? It's time for our patrol.
Oh, right! I'm on my way! Well, looks like it's time to get to work, but I want to continue this conversation later. Got it?
Yeah. Be careful out there. She's just so dense about this kind of stuff. Poor Joshua has his work cut out for him.
Apparently now is the time the monsters usually show up. We should get moving. What?
Hey, Joshua. You're not hiding anything from me, are you?
Huh? Why are you asking all of a sudden?
I mean, we've been together since you first showed up here, right? Sure, we had our fights, but even those turned into good memories looking back on them. I mean, I really see you as family, Joshua, in the truest sense of the word.
Estelle.
That's why, if something's on your mind, we can talk it out together. Like, you know, adolescent things.
Adolescent things? Okay, Estelle.
What?
Dumbass.
That's all I
What?
wanted to say.
Nutty?
Now let's get this right on the show.
Did Tio say something weird to her? Hiding something, huh?
Poor Joshua.
Wow, it's so dark here. Hey, Joshua, how should we do the patrol?
Let's see. We can check the perimeter of the home, fields, barn, and greenhouse. That should cover the entire ranch.
Got it. Okay, let's go. The farm is so quiet at night. Do you think the chickens
It
and
marks
cows
where
are
you have to
asleep
go.
too?
That's nice.
Keep quiet. We don't want the monsters to notice us.
It's so quiet, nothing but chittering bugs. It looks like the monsters haven't come to the ranch yet. Maybe us moving around is spooking them. Hey Joshua, back when I was a kid, I was always told that babies come from the cabbage patch. That's so random, but while we're on the topic, I was always told a silver-winged angel would descend to deliver babies to people. Guess that's cultural differences for you. Awkward moment. Shall we continue with the patrol? Check on the moo-moos. The cows. I don't see any monsters. Yeah, let's try somewhere else. Guess it makes sense they're not inside. The orbital light feels so mystical and nice. An unexpected bonus. You're so carefree. Where's your sense of romance, you killjoy? Or Joshua? There they are. You fat cats. Meow. And away. Get back here, you little... It's still here. I can sense it. It's somewhere on the ranch. Bring it on. Let's find it. You should have catch it without entering the monster's line of sight. I don't think that was the thing in the original. You can sneak around the moo-moos and get to it. We cannot stick around the moo-moos to get to it, but we can stick around. Gotcha. Wait, that counted? What the fuck? I'm gonna assume that cost me some BB too. Fuck, it sucks. Oh well. Again? It sees lets its guard down as it tries to jump. Aim for that moment, approach from behind, we might have a shot at catching it. Interesting. I hope this doesn't cost me BP. I'm gonna be pissed if it does. Fuck. I'm like right here, man. There we go.
Hooray! We got it! Now it's punishment time.
This is our chance. Don't let your guard down.
Oh boy.
Even the boss
Do
is
do
here.
do 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 do
Perfect
do do.
timing.
All right.
Yeah, and this presence. Stay alert, and let's take them down with all we got.
Overdrive. Oh, this is new. Hold X to activate Overdrive. Overdrive is a function of tactical ornaments used when one of a character's aura appears. Grants debuff immunity and powerful buffs for 2 turns. Attacking enemies during Overdrive always triggers a brave attack. No one's that use it.
Unleashing!
Nice. New mechanic. A welcome one too. Not gonna say no to self buffs.
Now I'm mad. How's this?
I got your back, Estelle.
Da, 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 da. I hit all of them? I can't miss.
Show yourself. Yeah.
Especially with that crit. Shame.
Yeah!
Oh,
I'll show no mercy.
always make use of
Let us begin.
elemental weaknesses. Like I was saying earlier, magic is busted in this game. Abuse it. And with this overdrive shit, it's gonna make it even easier.
Stun!
You're mine.
Nice.
I'll show no mercy.
Da, 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 da. Stone hammer. Ah, I had the fan. Earth Lance. Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna beat his ass.
Keep at it.
Okay. Bonus.
Fire!
God, magic looks so good in this game. Hungry. Oh, he buffed up again.
Fire! Let's go.
One more clock up buff.
Fire!
Joshua, our hard carry. Let's go ahead and morale boost.
How's this? Time to strike.
I'll be your opponent.
Oh, nice. I get impede.
It flinched.
My turn. How's this?
Pummel.
Here goes. Ha! Ja!
And a chain.
At it.
Got it. You're mine.
Very nice. Time for dinner.
I'll be your
Oh
opponent.
boy. Okay. That's fine.
get
I'm
you all.
gonna flicker this. I don't think I have. Oh, I can sever. Okay.
I won't let you.
Boss is dead, so it's not a big deal now.
Tide of battle.
Completely safe. Overdrive.
I'll get you all. Too late.
Chain.
Okay. You're mine.
Overkill.
Do it.
Nice. And dead. Oh, there's still one more.
Do it. You're mine.
The follow-up shit is nice change too. It got added in I think the cold no not
I'll be your opponent.
there was a follow-up in
Stun.
the Crossbow games, I think.
You're up.
I know for sure it's in Cold Steel. Brave Points is from Cold Steel. I know that much.
Let's go.
Bolts.
It flinched.
You're mine.
Leave it to me.
Nice. Level up. The poor cats.
How about that? You really are proper bracers. You actually caught the little buggers.
Sure did. By the way, what do you want us to do with them?
I think this is how you get the... I think it's the top one for
We
BP.
already taught them a lesson, so I don't think they'll cause any more problems.
Estelle, why are you showing mercy now? We're here to hunt monsters, remember?
But
We're acting on Dad's behalf.
Maybe not.
Do you intend to take responsibility for it if that creature comes back?
Damn.
I know, but
Well, the only thing it really harmed were some of our vegetables. Maybe we can let them off this time?
Indeed. They seem to have been taught a pretty harsh lesson. I doubt they'll be back anytime soon.
Tio, Hana,
But
I'm also against killing them. The land on which we live belongs to us all. Sometimes a bit of compromise is necessary. How about we let them go? Just this once.
understood. If that's your opinion, despite the damages suffered, I won't object.
I'm sorry. After all the trouble you went through, too. We'll do our part and reinforce the fences to ensure this doesn't happen again.
sounds like we're all settled then.
Yeah.
Got it? Now be nice and show a little gratitude, will ya? Also, you do this again, and there'll be hell to pay.
Stupid cats.
All right, that wraps up the matter. It's late, so let's head to bed. Will you two be staying with us tonight?
Sure will.
We'd appreciate that.
Nice.
Whew. I'm pooped. It's already so late. I'm going to sleep like a log. Hmm?
Poor Joshua.
What's wrong, Joshua?
He's
I'm sorry.
brooding.
I really brought down the mood.
Oh, you mean from before? You're such a dummy. No one was bothered about all that. I mean, honestly, your opinion was probably the right one.
It's not a matter of being right or wrong. Maybe I really am just cold-hearted. Even now, I think it would have been better to have wiped them out. Show them no mercy at all. Unlike you and Tio. I just don't feel sorry for those things. And whenever these things happen, I find myself filled with self-loathing. I feel like I'm wrong. As a human being.
Damn, Joshua.
Maybe something in my heart is broken.
Joshua, you idiot! That's not the type of thing you get to decide all on your own.
Estelle?
Nobody's watched you closer over the last 5 years. Your strengths, your flaws, I've seen them all. I know you better than you do.
Yeah.
So I'm not just going to stand by and let you say something so stupid in front of me. Don't you ever say that you're broken in front of me ever again.
I'm sorry for saying something so stupid.
Good, as long as you get it.
Always good to have an Estelle in your life. Knock some sense into you.
But I guess I'm a little happy.
Huh?
You keep everything all bottled up, Joshua. Even when you're hurt or worried, you never let anything show. You always try to handle everything yourself. It makes me sad. I mean, we're family after all.
Estelle,
But today you finally let it out. You told me what you were really thinking. It's because you felt like you could really rely on me, right? That's why I'm happy.
What are you saying? How can you say something so embarrassing with such a straight face?
You can always count on me. Yeah, anyway, we should hit the hay. All that running around's got me exhausted.
Yeah. Good night, Estelle. And thank you.
You're quite welcome. Good night, Joshua.
Do 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 do. Love it. Thank you. You two helped us out big time. Sorry we couldn't wrap things up a little more cleanly. Please, don't worry about it. We learned a lot from this experience. If you have any problems in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to the Bracer Guild again. We'll do just that. Estelle, Joshua, you two should stop by more often, work or no. Feel free to stay the night whenever. I promise to always cook up a feast. Thank you to you and Hana. I'll be sure to take you up on that. Now then, we should head back to the guild. After we report on this job, we can get the details on the next one. Sounds good. Let's keep this up.
Breakfast was so good. Hannah's cooking.
I can
is
actually
the
just
best.
teleport back.
It sure is. It was full of
But I don't want to
nutritious,
interrupt their
fresh-grown
conversation.
vegetables.
It's a great day already. Let's get out there and make things happen.
Okay, now I can teleport back. So I've cleared this map. More or less. I've cleared the Jade Tower. I cleared Mistwald. Back to the city, I suppose.
Let's go.
You know, I didn't... Oh, shit. I did these missions, but I did not hand them in. I didn't report them. I hope they still count. Oh, we're about to find out. Report. Things go well at the farm. Yeah, in an unstraightforward way. Let us give you the full report. Report on what happened at the farm.
Tell me all about it.
Nice. Some money. I see. So you let the monsters go. In truth, that seems rather naive, but I'll let it slide this time. Wait, really? The Brace's duty is to protect the people and uphold justice. The meaning of those words and the method in which they are carried out can vary from person to person. Deciding what those words mean to you is part of what it means to be a Bracer. I see. It's a very profound thing indeed. We're not simple monster hunters. The guild handles many different tasks, even mediating international conflicts. Sound judgment and flexibility are every bit as important as combat skill. A senior Bracer possesses all three. Oh, that word came out funny. Judgment and flexibility. Yeesh, guess we're still a ways away. Practice makes perfect. Now then, let me introduce the next job. Alright, bring it on. Is it more monster hunting? No, this time it's transporting cargo. Your client is Mayor Klaus. Request from the mayor? Are you sure about this? I mean, is this really something we can handle? I've heard it's a pretty simple job, but you'll have to ask the mayor for the details.
A request from the mayor, huh? Dad certainly takes on quite a variety of jobs.
I wonder what we're going to transport.
Okay, I better
Let's go find
see
out.
if I can report these other missions.
Tell me all about it.
Okay, it looks like these, I still get the points. As long as I actually do them.
Good work.
Cool. Okay, and the next side missions. So we have, oh boy. Malga Mushroom. Seeking rare mushrooms that grow in setting-rich areas. An easy and enjoyable job anyone can do. For more details, please contact Orvid, our company representative waiting at the landing port. P.S. Please hurry if possible. Okay. Streetlight switch. I'm looking for someone to help exchange an orb and a streetlight. I remember this mission. The streetlight will be located in Milch Main Road. Please speak with Freddy. Okay. Medicinal material. I need a bear claw and monster powder. Bear claws are a type of flower that grows naturally in Mistwald. I already got all those. Monster powder can be obtained from insect-type monsters. Troop training. Vert Bridge Guard unit will be conducting special training exercises. Okay, I think that one I should do last, because I kind of remember that one being a little difficult, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember for sure. Okay, let's start for the chapel. I think I have everything. I can just hand this in.
Adios. I thank you.
Trying to see if I recognize that character. Estelle, you look even more bright and cheerful than usual today. Here you go. Oh, I did have everything. Excellent. Bear Claw and Monster Powder. My word. It's the Bear Claw and Monster Powder. Please use it for your medicine. You put out a guild request, didn't you? Yes, I did. But I didn't think that you two would be the ones to gather them for me. Estelle and Joshua, I hope you weren't hurt while getting these. It was totally easy peasy. Lemon squeezy? I mean, yes, you're fine. Poor Estelle. When you act that way, you make me more worried about you. What? But there's nothing wrong with confidence. I've told you this before. It is natural to be joyous when everything goes well. However, it is precisely in such joyous times that you must remain vigilant. Alright, already, I'll be more careful. It seems that you still have some time. Let's use this opportunity for a special lecture. Sorry, Father Divine, but I think we need to get going. Hey Joshua, we still got work to do, right? Good grief. Please excuse us, Father Divine. We need to go to the Bracer Guild. Oh, that's too bad. It can't be helped if it's for work. Estelle, Joshua, good work, and thank you. May you both be guided under the sky by Adios above.
One and done.
Alright, so that's one done.
Adios. I thank you.
I don't recall if the equipment in here gets updated yet. If at all.
What to pick?
I don't think it does, but... $200. Let me look at their
You're
welcome.
their equipment here. So, silver rings, white bracelet, I guess accuracy, which is always good. Move speed. Accuracy 64, her accuracy is 46. I have alright accuracy. Typically, you want to shoot for 100%. Tear bomb. I don't think anything higher. Thing is that there's an evasion stat, and the game matches evasion against your accuracy to determine whether you hit something. Right, mushrooms. Arvid. Damn those braces. How long are they going to keep me waiting? I won't make it in time for my airliner if they don't hurry up. These provincial rubes, I swear. Stupid Orbit. It's the bracer emblem, alright? I've been waiting for you. It's a rush job. Will you hear me out? Listen. Sure, we can. That's great. You're a lifesaver. Let me get right to the details of the job. Now then. I'm Orvid. I'm the representative of the Orvid Trading Company. I'm Estelle, and this is Joshua. Nice to meet you. Estelle and Joshua, both of you seem pretty young for this kind of work. Well, we're still rookie bracers. Rookies. Well, I suppose that's fine. Excuse me? It's nothing. Let's talk about the job already. I'm sorry, but I'm in something of a rush. Sure thing. I'm looking for a rare mushroom called the Firefly Mushroom. It's said that it only grows in soil rich with septium. There are records of it being found in Roland, but no shop currently sells them. And I have a need to obtain one, that's why I hired the guild. If it needs septium, the most likely place would be the Malga Trail. Does the mushroom have any defining features? Apparently, it typically grows among grass. Moreover, it prefers shade, so you really need to keep your eyes peeled to find it. That's gonna be a problem. But you'll be able to tell whether it's a firefly mushroom as soon as you dig it up. It should glow pale green. So that's how it's got its name. Ah, I get it now. Was that all clear to you? In short, you want us to find a glowing shroom in the grass on the Malga Trail, right? That's right. If it glows in the shade, it should actually be easy to find. Yep, if you run into any trouble, you can get back to me for help. Now, get this done and on the double. Let me just do these side quests first, because I don't want to miss any of them. Streetlight switch. Ah, there's something up there too. Interesting. So now I can actually go that way. Let's grab the streetlight switch quests. I'm gonna get real friendly with the fucking fast forward. Ready. You up-and-coming bracers. Heard all about you every which way. Yeah, but we're still rookies. We have to do our best. I have high hopes for you. But you really came at the perfect time. There's a job that needs doing in quick. It's to replace the light orbman on Milch Main Road. Do you think you can do it? Yes, except you can count on us. If you don't mind, we'll happily take this on. Thank you so much. I completely forgot about it, and today is the deadline. Let me hand over the most important thing first. Light orbits. This is the replacement orbit? That's right. The light you'll be replacing is the 14th Street light on West Milch Main Road. Counting from the Roland side, it'll be the 14th Street light you've passed. Please don't mistake which one to fix. Alright. 14th Street light on Milch Main Road. I remember this quest. Starting from the Roland side. Once you see the street light, the 14th street light, that needs fixing, go open the maintenance panel. To open it, you'll have to enter a 6-digit unlock code. The code? Let's see. The code for the 14th street light is 544818. Sorry, Freddy, one more time. It's 544818. You got it. That's amazing, Joshua. Hey. Once you've entered the code, the panel will open, and then you just change out the orbit. Sounds easy, I know, but there's no room for complacency. Stay alert, and don't let your guard down. The streetlight could already be malfunctioning. I'll keep that in mind. As well as lighting up past the light orbits also have the effect of keeping away large monsters. It's not so powerful an effect that you would bet your life on it. But bad things can happen unexpectedly without it. That's why we're requesting the bracers take this job just in case. The streetlights are placed out where most monsters tend to appear. Well, if monsters do appear, we'll take care of them in a jiffy. But I have to jot that code down or I'll forget. Then maybe I should be the one to enter the code. You can decide how to divvy up the work. Alright, that's everything you need to know. Be careful. If you ever want to review your tasks, just let me know.
The streetlight code was fighting floor for H with H. Okay, got it.
Why not just write it down instead of...
Fighting floor H for H? The fuck are you going on about, Estelle?
I hate how you always remember it when I can't. Oh, and now I'm gonna forget
1,
it
2,
again.
3, 4, 5. I think I marked it down. 6. I like counting them out anyway. 7. Got it. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, what is it? I was counting them out. I still miscounted. 15. According to Freddy, this should be our street light. Let's see, you're right. The panel reads rope lamp number 14. It does. Okay, let's hurry up and get this done. Looks like this isn't going to be straightforward. What's with all these monsters? It seems the light orbman was already malfunctioning. We have to keep the monsters away while quickly exchanging the orbman. Yeah, you're right. Now then. Okay. I'll deal with the monsters. I'll deal with these monsters. Of course. I'll open the maintenance panel, so hold out until then, Estelle. You got it. It's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Just hit the morale.
Time to strike.
Because Joshua is all the damage. Ow, let's speed this up a bit.
Now I'm mad.
But Estelle is our tank.
Speed it up.
Oh, they're actually weak to water.
I can take them all.
Or I can just kick the shit out of them, too.
There. Ha! Broke the defense.
Go ahead and hit him with the S-craft.
Here goes. Ha!
And that's that. Serves you right. Just getting carried away. Joshua, how are things on your end? I'm entering the unlock code right now. Let's see, 544818. I'll be fine over here, so just stay calm, cool, and collected. Alright, it's open. Now to switch out the orbit. I'm on a roll. Come get some, you ugly monsters. Thanks for waiting, Estelle. I'm done. What? Wait, you're done? You put in a new orbit that fast? Yeah, the monsters should stop attacking now. Aw, it's over? Why do you sound so disappointed? What disappointment? You're imagining things. You really are a magnet for trouble. Ah, that was the correct choice. You get the BP. Okay, so... I don't think I can get much stronger than I already am, so other than maybe another slot for Estelle, I'll try these troops. I'm gonna save. Right. And I have items too.
This is the Verte Bridge, right? The border into Bose?
Yeah, past this checkpoint, and you'll be at the commercial center, Bose. That's not where we're headed to now, though.
If there's any hidden
I
shit.
wonder if Ashton's here.
Nah, there's not. Okay. Inside. Verte Bridge. Ah, there he is. Aren't you Estelle and Joshua? Hello, Ashton. It's been a while. Yeah, it sure has. I heard that my son Luke caused you a whole bunch of trouble. As his father, it embarrasses me to no end. Hey, that's just what boys are like at his age. You're always going to be little mischief makers. I used to play around outside town all the time too when I was little. I guess you'd think tomboy is a type of boy. Haha, it's nice to see you're still full of energy. I like to share some of that energy with the new recruits here. I'm just about to conduct some combat training for them, you see. So I contacted the guild in search of some volunteer opponents. And I have to say, you two seem to be a perfect fit. How about it? Accept. Sure, we can. We'll accept. Great, you have my thanks. Go ahead and rest up a little while we prepare for the training. It won't do us much good if you aren't at your best, you know. And I guess I'll take you up on your offer. We'll do our own prep. That'd be much appreciated. With the equipment from the tower, this should be pretty simple. And I've hit the level cap, so to speak, for this area. We'll now begin the training exercise. Everyone, 5 paces forward. Ready. I did think things were kind of boring, but even though I know it's just training, this is still scary. The training exercise has begun. No chatting. Take this seriously like a real battle. But still, Joshua, don't go easy on him. Yeah, wasn't planning on it. Understood. Ah! Be good. Alright. I have no SP. Okay. Or CP. In that case, we're just gonna go ahead and cast.
Here we go!
Ow, god damn.
I'll show no mercy.
8 up, interesting. Big clock up.
Let us begin.
Speed up is busted. Hit him with the flicker.
Gotcha.
Ah, Anafree, oh, that spell looks sick. I never used that spell before, not in this game. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just free craft, or sorry, free arts. Soulblur. And with the chain, no reason not to.
Let's go!
Do I have morale yet? Yeah, now I have morale.
Time to strike!
I won't let you!
I'll be your opponent.
What does hate do? I would have thought it taunted me to attack, but I guess not. Or go ahead and flicker.
Gotcha.
Oh, I have a 0 crap, nice. Or 0 art, I always get them mixed up. Strike. Nah, I should have followed up. Oh well.
Let's go. Gotcha. Oh, no.
And the finishing blow. Nice. He's got decent XP for that. Oh, nice. BP by 2. That's enough. The training is over. Wow, wow. It's finally over. Good work. Aw, come on. Are you really soldiers? Hey, be quiet. Not everyone is some feral child like you are. Who are you calling feral? Scott, stop. The training is over. Estelle, you should calm down too. Grr. Scott, Harold, you should take what Estelle said as what the people think of you. Can you truly protect the citizens? You must ask yourselves that and reflect on it. Yes. Poor soldiers. Thank you for your help today, Estelle and Joshua. My men are now starting to wake up and understand what's expected of them. Nah, we should be thanking you, if anything. It was great training for us, too. Yeah, it was very helpful for us. As long as you always keep looking to improve, you'll have fine careers as bracers. Although our positions may differ, we both have to dedicate ourselves to serving the public. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. Yep, thanks, Ashton. Please, take care, Ashton. Will do. Farewell for now.
We did great, Estelle.
Alright, another one done. I don't believe there's
Let's
a...
hope those rookies will keep up their training and get stronger.
You're one to talk. You have plenty to learn yourself.
Yeah, I know. We have to keep training too, right?
I don't think there's a book here. Just gonna double check. The last book was marked, so I suppose it's not. Yeah, okay. There's no book there. Now we can go back to Roland. We'll go ahead and hand in some of these. Where's the guild? Fast travel is so nice. A lot of the original is just you walking. A lot of walking.
I see.
Money, money, money.
Good work.
Okay, so
Huh?
did the street light not go? Okay. Strange. Do I have to talk to Freddy again? Oh, I do have to talk to Freddy again. Okay. Here we go. Talk to Freddy. Ready. Ready, my boy. Judging from your expression, it seems like the job went off without a hitch. Yep, the streetlight's good as new. Well, after some twists and turns, but still. Just to be safe, we'll give you our report as well, Freddy. Report the events on Milch Main Road. I see, so it was malfunctioning. It's my fault for not fixing it sooner. Sorry for putting you to an unnecessary danger. Hey, there's no need to apologize. We're just doing our jobs. Right, taking on dangerous jobs is also part of a bracer's duty. Thank you, it's a relief to hear you say that. Oh, I know, take this with you. It's a little something to say that I'm sorry. Impede, very nice. P2 even. Use effect of cancelling out the opponent's arts. It's a very powerful quartz in the right hands. Yada yada yada. If you have any questions about orbits, I do not.
We did great, Estelle.
I play too many of these fucking
Which
games to
one
not know
should I
anything about
pick?
orbits. Can I open a slot? Not quite. Not even on Joshua. I'm missing Time and Mirage, that's fine.
Come again.
Now, let's see. This will be really nice too. Ah, but I'm gonna lose Firebolt. I don't want to lose that. I'll equip it on Still, I suppose.
Come again.
Just for now. Yeah, this is only 50 Sepith for her. Slots, so. Ah, and that gives Curia too, very nice. That's gonna come in handy. Now I can hand this in.
I see.
Getting closer to that poison blade.
Good work.
Okay, next up. To the Jade Tower. It's supposed to be faster to just run there myself. Wrong way. I always make that mistake. I made that mistake in the old game too. This way.
Be on your toes.
Be careful, Estelle.
Wrong way. This way. Not interested in fighting these because I've already met the diminishing returns for XP. But I will grab any items along the way. Water Sippeth. Chest.
Found treasure.
EV charge. RP is always nice. Shit, there we go. Let's get to collect Sepith.
This chest looks good.
I'm gonna go around this. Doppler of strength. Okay. Anything over here? It doesn't look like it. Alright. Go left first. The items, a chest.
Found treasure.
Man, I am just missing these rocks. These stationary rocks. There we go. Okay, it's to the east, but I want to see if there's more items up here. No, no. Need mine. I'll get mine. Oh, I can fast travel here now. It's perfect. I need that for later. Item. EV charge. Always useful. Okay. This is where... Here it is. What's wrong? Why are they yelling? I found it. Success. Firefly mushroom. Oh, it's that mushroom. See? How do you like them shrooms? The spot where it was growing also glowed that pale green color. This has to be that firefly mushroom that old guy was talking about. His name is Orvid. Yeah, right, Orvid. It may look inedible, but it does look pretty. It's got that same shine that Septium has. Septium. What is it, Joshua? I may be overthinking this, but hurry up and put it in the bag, Estelle. Here comes the monsters. I knew it. Is this because of the mushroom? Here they come, Estelle. Alright. Not too scared of these guys, but just in case. Oh, he's clock up.
I won't let you!
Let's keep it up!
Same with Estelle. I'm going to morale.
Time to strike!
I'll be your opponent.
No reason not to overdrive, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and overdrive.
Let us begin.
Start pumping out the fireballs.
Let's go!
Easy. For very little XP. Did you put the mushroom away? Yeah, it's safe in the bag. The light given off by Septimore has the power to attract monsters. It would appear this mushroom emits the same light. That crafty old man. He didn't mention a word about this. I think if we keep it secure and out of sight, it should be fine to carry around. But once we get back to town, we should immediately hand it over to the client. We'd better get back to town quick. Yeah. That dirty merchant. I'll make him regret this.
I wonder what the old man wants this mushroom for.
A mushroom that attracts monsters. There are a couple of ways to use it.
Silver earrings. Oh, nice. Free earrings. Okay, so I can teleport back. Dude, fast travel is fucking... It's so good.
Let's go, Joshua.
So good in this game.
Time for another day's work.
Just realized there's an item here. Tepid mass. Okay, here you go, Orbit. Well, did you find the mushroom? You found the mushroom. Oh, is that so? Well, it doesn't quite match the description you gave us, so I'm not sure. I mean, for one thing, it attracts monsters. Oh. Orvid, did you know that when you put out your request? How would I know something like that? Besides, bracers deal with dangerous things all the time. Why are you moaning over a little danger? Because we need to be able to make the necessary preparations for each and every job. We're fine now, but the problem is your purpose, Orvid. What are you planning on using this mushroom for? Yeah, exactly. It's practically a weapon. You're probably thinking of using it for something sinister. Something sinister, I swear. I'll be cooking it for goodness sake. Excuse me? Cook as in food? You would willingly eat a dangerous mushroom like this? Good grief, you uncultured hicks really don't get it. An excellent chef can bring out the deepest of flavors from peculiar ingredients. From that viewpoint, the firefly mushroom is the epitome of peculiarity. It is without doubt the ultimate ingredient. So you're like a foodie, but for weird stuff. You just have no taste. Then again, you plebeians will never have the opportunity to savor such flavor. Sure, whatever. I didn't even want to eat that gross green mushroom anyway. I'd go further and say it looks inedible. Now then, I have to prepare for my next business meeting. Put the mushroom there and leave. Yeah, hurry up and take it off our hands. Hand it over, the firefly mushroom. Out of respect for the mushroom, I will forgive your disrespect. I'll pay the reward as promised, so you'd better be grateful. You'll never be able to steal that mushroom, you hear? Let's go, Joshua. If you'll excuse us. Good luck.
Alright, quest completed.
Quest completed.
Hope
So,
that mushroom doesn't poison him.
Who cares about that guy? He did look happy, though.
Time for another
Sel's got a bit of a lean, don't she? I forgot about this. That's right, you can come here for an event. Something wrong? You look like you're zoning out. Ah, it's nothing. So, want to head up to the observation deck? Hmm?
The view's nice from up here, isn't it? You can see the entire region.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those missable things. I can't remember if you get BP for this or not. Oh, damn, it actually lets you look around. Shit. I think it's really... Oh, you can see the house over here. It's really fucking cool they made this all open world, no loading screens. The only loading screens are when you go inside houses and dungeons. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I can hand this in, and then we can continue the story.
Tell me all
Report
about it.
to Aina.
I have high expectations for you kids.
5 more points. I'm maxed out on gear. It's just orbits that I'm really wanting. I would love to give Estelle the Earth Shield, but I just don't have the Sepith.
Which one should I pick?
600 each. Yeah, there's no way. It's gonna
Come
be a bit.
again.
I feel like you could get it way earlier too. They might have adjusted the magic. The remake.
Now then, I wonder if the mayor's here.
He's a busy man. It's possible he's out right now.
Ah, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua.
Air Klaus.
Oh, Mayor Klaus.
Sorry for the intrusion. We're here on behalf of the Bracer Guild.
Yes, I've heard all the details. You're handling this job in Cassius's place, are you not?
Yes, that's the plan anyway. Sorry about that, Mayor Klaus. I know my father promised you, but...
Not at all. It's only natural for someone of Cassius's caliber to be busy. However, this is no place for this conversation. Allow me to discuss the details with you in my study.
Despite being an official request, it's actually a rather simple matter. To be honest, I fear I might have gone overboard by requesting the guild's help. That said, I can never seem to find the time to handle it myself. All we heard was that we were transporting cargo, but what exactly are we moving? Yes, I want you to retrieve a septium crystal from the Malga mine to the north and bring it here. Septium? That's the same stuff as a sepith we get all the time, right? Right. To be accurate, sepith are septium fragments too small to be considered jewels. Refined and processed septium becomes quartz, which is attached to orbits. I see. I think I get it. The Malga mine has always been rich in a type of septium called Asmelis. The large crystal was mined there, so I had the mine foreman save it for me. So we just need to receive that crystal from the mine foreman and bring it here. That's correct. So do you think you're up to the challenge? So it's transporting a jewel. This is going to be a different kind of nerve-wracking compared with hunting monsters. But still, we'll do our best. Wonderful. Then please, bring us with you. Mayor's letter of introduction. If you show them this, you'll be granted access to the mine. I'm counting on you.
So we're gonna carry an Asmelis crystal? I wonder how much it's worth.
I hear they can easily pass hundreds of thousands,
wait.
depending on the quality.
Woo! Hey, Joshua, don't pressure me like that.
You're the one who asked.
Okay, so I could just teleport there. Oh, this is beautiful. The mine. Yo, this here is the Malga mine. It's off limits to the general public. But we're not the general public. We were tasked by Mayor Klaus of Rolla to retrieve the septium crystal. Estelle showed the mayor's letter of introduction. Oh, I see. Well, that's a different story entirely then. Sorry, could you head on in and speak with the boss? I gotta keep watch out here. Sure, but who do you mean boss? We're here to see the mine foreman. That's the man, alright. The big guy, the boss, Foreman Garten. Ain't nobody likes carving septium veins more than he does. I'm sure he's down to at it again. Understood. We'll head in and look for him.
So this is what it's
I wonder
like
when the demo
inside.
ends.
Hello? Is the foreman here?
Doesn't seem to be around here. Let's go look for him.
Oh, always go the wrong way first for items. I don't think there's items in here until deeper in though. So, whatever. It's a minecart. You think this is powered by orbits too? Looks like it. Want to give it a ride? Ride the minecart.
Childish as always.
I remember this part in the original. I maybe. Okay, I think you can examine this. Is this really an elevator? Because it's not exactly elevating at the moment. Let me see. There's orbital power running through it, but the mechanism is locked. We should ask someone first before we touch it. Okay, I think I can manually... No, that's right. You gotta hit the fucking switch. That's right. Okay. Let's speed this up. Right, I have to hit this first. And then ride the cart. There we go. There we go. Miles. Now this is a surprise. What are you kids doing at a place like this? Got a relative down here or something? Nope, the mayor asked us to come down here and see the foreman. Oh, is this about the crystal? He should be further down. Take the elevator over onto the other end. It should take you right to him. We found the elevator, but we don't know how to use it. Do you know how to turn it on? Oh, right. You'll need a key to activate it. I suppose I can let you borrow this one. Elevator key. Thank you, sir. We'll be sure to bring it back when we're done. Alright, hit the switch. And ride the cart. Alright, downstairs. Stairs? Down deeper to the mine. Okay, the elevator should be working now. Want to head down? Yes.
And thus, the bright explorers have reached the deep end of the cave.
Okay, are you satisfied? Then let's go find the foreman.
Let her have her fun, Joshua.
You're so heartless.
Hey, you prick. Yep. Get some sepith. Oh boy. Explore everything but the right way. Looking for the foreman, should be further up past the bridge. Okay. Seventh. Resting spot. Definitely need that.
All right, rested and ready.
All right. I want all the treasures in here first. Before I go to the foreman. Not interested in telling these guys. Here we go. The foreman. I'm Chief Garton.
Oh, who are you kids?
Are you the foreman? Thank goodness we found you.
We're with the Bracer Guild. We're here on behalf of Mayor Klaus.
Mayor's letter of introduction to the foreman.
Ah, I see. So you two are bracers. Pretty impressive for youngsters like you.
Thanks. So, where is this crystal?
Ah, right. Hang on a minute. It's certainly not something you get to see every day, I'll tell you that. Kept it nice and close this whole time.
Aha.
Whoa. I've never seen a crystal this big.
Amazing. It's almost as if light is bursting out from the inside.
It's a variant of septium. The Ismelis crystal holds the power of wind. But when you see one this big, it almost always gets sold as high-priced jewelry. Be sure to get it to the mayor in one piece.
Right.
His voice actor sounds like a character that shows up way later in the series.
Wow. It's so pretty. It's like I'm holding a fairy. It's incredible. Look, Joshua, look!
It's certainly pretty, but you really should cut it out. It's not gonna be pretty for us if you drop it.
Aw, you're no fun. Well, that should do it. Alrighty, boss. We'll be sure to get this thing to the mayor.
I'm counting on you.
What's wrong?
That's odd. Something in the air shifted.
The air shifted?
That smell.
Whoa!
Oops.
Looks like it stopped. Was that an earthquake?
No. Part part of the tunnel caved in. They might have hit a soft spot in the subgrade. I should go check it out.
Estelle, watch out!
Huh?
Monsters!
Monsters?
Oh, jeez, it's another escort fight. Oh, God. Okay.
You'll pay for
It'd be so bad if Estelle had her fucking taunts. Morale.
Time to strike!
I'll change the tide of battle. I'm going all out.
Forgive me, Master. I must go all out just this once.
Joshua!
Got it. Here, Estelle.
Okay, let's hit him with the hurricane on the side. I can't get all three. No, this is to the side. Nice.
You're mine.
Joshua, do it!
And with the dual strike, it should kill him. Yeah, okay. That escort mission wasn't as bad as the one with the fucking kids. So I actually failed that one.
Why was there a monster here? Are monsters common down here?
I've never seen one this far in. Monsters can sometimes be attracted to the glow of the septium, so we'll find them near the entrance on occasion, but...
Could it be? During the cave-in, the tunnel might have opened a path to a monster nest.
A monster nest?
Can't say it didn't happen. This is bad news. I gotta get my crew to safety.
Leave that to us. We can help.
What?
Monster hunting's what we do best. Besides, time is of the essence.
You're right. In that case, please help us.
How many miners are down here?
Currently, there should be 4 of them working underground.
Got it. We'll find them in no time.
Thank you. And here, take these with you.
Tier bombs, nice. Free items is always good. Escorted characters can take the... Oh, Jesus. They come into passage. Yeah. Okay. Your command battles, you can heal them with art to items like your other party members. Of course, I gotta carry this asshole around. Okay, so...
Here we go!
Oh! Oh, man.
Victory is ours!
Let's go get the Healy station first. Oh. Perfect dodge is nice. So you get 2 of these instantly. There we go. Okay, so now I have the Healy station. Definitely gonna use that.
Phew, that was a good break.
Let's go this way first. Get away from me. I don't want to admit it, but I'm way too scrawny to eat. I can't imagine I taste very good at all. His name is Bones. Same goes for me. I'm basically all fat. Imagine what chowing down on me would do to your health.
Someone's talking over there.
Or it's Steven Small over here. Alright, rock crabs. I should clock up.
Let us begin.
Fortunately, I gotta use my characters as like a meat bag.
Payback time!
Oh boy. Yes, run away.
Alright,
I don't think she has any. I'm just gonna go ahead and pummel. She doesn't have any impede. It sucks, but whatever. Chain attack. And dead. Nice. Monster shells. We're not monsters, you guys. Relax. We're saved. Phew. I was worried I'd already be eating my last meal for a second time there. Oh, I read that really wrong. Don't just stand there. Get out of here. Unless you want to end up in a monster's belly together, that is. Got it, boss. Help me. There they go. I butchered that sentence so bad. Go. Gonna heal up Joshua. Oh, he's getting his ass kicked.
Phew, that was a good break.
Right. Next miner. Oh god, it's Adios. Save us from this peril. Hey, moron. You got time to pray, you got time to help me try and scare him off.
This way, let's hurry.
More crabs.
Let's focus.
Do 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 do. Oh, don't fucking.
How's this? Hurricane!
Oh, that steals. I didn't realize that.
I'll be your opponent.
That actually makes Estelle a lot better in this game than she was in the original. Let's go ahead and flicker. Not gonna worry about clock up since they're so weak anyway. Chain.
I won't let you. Ready at any time.
Sever again. I guess it was like a dual strike.
Dual strike.
My turn.
Oh, they're actually weak to Earth too. I didn't realize. I'm an idiot. Okay, Joshua can impede this.
Here. Take this.
He is like hell-bent on killing the foreman. And now he's dead. I like how the rock crabs are weak to rocks. Or sorry, Earth. Are you hurt? We're okay, thank you for saving us. And thank Adios for her divine guidance. Not this again. If the goddess is really watching over us, this never would have happened in the first place. Well, it's because of sinful non-believers like you that bad things like this happen. Say that again. Theological debate can wait until after we get the hell out of here. Yes, boss. Be careful too, boss. Say that again? Alright, heal up for the... Like Joshua took a hit.
This feels great.
I'm more concerned about the Corbin though. I'm not even gonna try, but there's something over here, right? Sub-event, yeah. I'm gonna save. I don't think this hurts. Like this. But this hurts my story. How did this happen? Help me. Someone's still down there. Get to go and help.
Hang on. We're on our way. Come at me.
Do 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 do. Flicker. Always flicker. Lay doesn't seem as powerful, but it's still good. I know they nerfed Delay along. Was it Cold Steel 2 or 3? Delay got fucking shit on, man.
I got your back, Estelle.
Yeah, I'll just pummel.
Here goes.
Chain.
Keep at it.
Okay. You're mine. This
You
is
overkill,
revenge.
and a finishing blow. Nice. Excellent. You saved me. Relax, everything's okay now. A monster or two is easy pickings for bracers like us. Bracers? What are you doing down here? Say, you're the new guy, right? The one who just joined the other day. What in the hell are you doing down here? Well, I wanted to learn all I could, so I decided to come down here and watch the other guys work. But then the wall collapsed out of nowhere, and the monsters started spewing out. So it really did open up a path to a monster nest, just like you predicted. Yeah. You've got to watch yourselves up ahead. It's crawling with monsters. Anyway, I'd better get going. There he goes. Man, look at him go. Poor guy must have been terrified. No kidding. So, I don't think I can actually go this way yet. Yeah, okay. Get the foreman back. Was that everyone? Yes, this should be all of them. Then we should head back up as well. Boss, are you alright? Man, am I glad you made it out okay. Only because of these kids right here. Now, is everyone accounted for? Yeah, everyone's here. Everybody aside from that trainee who came running past earlier. Poor kid must have been scared out of his mind. I see. I hope he isn't taking all this too badly. Anyway, it's likely there are still monsters looking around down there. So don't go using the elevator until we've confirmed it's safe. Malgamine. What a total mess. Not just monsters, but now bracers too. Ugh, I got no choice. I'm just gonna have to head back and report it. Ooh. He's not who he says he is, huh?
Sorry for pushing all that extra work on you. I'll contact the guild and make sure you get a proper reward.
Nah, don't worry about it. We just did what we thought was right. It's all part of our training.
Speaking of which, what are you gonna do about the monster nest underground?
Ah, we can handle something like that. We'll probably just use some explosives to close up the path leading to the monster nest. If things get really out of hand, we'll ask the guild for help again.
You can always count on us. Well, we should get this crystal to the mayor.
Estelle, you didn't drop it, did you?
Rude! I'm not that careless. See? It's right here.
No way.
You lost it?
Just kidding. I have it right here. Come on, let's get going.
Unbelievable.
You almost gave me a heart attack, kid.
All right, that wraps up everything.
Yes, it does.
I bet the crystal will look even prettier in the sunlight.
Please, please keep it safe in your pocket.
Okay, let's hand this in, and I think I'm gonna call the stream there, because I am getting tired. The game launch? I'll check after I...
Let's go, Joshua.
Is the missing cat quest ready, too? Ida. Bad little kitty. Just where do you think you're napping? Okay, no, she puts in a request soon, though, I think.
I see. Sounds like that clock tower has quite a history. I'm impressed.
Speaking about the tragedy of war is never easy, but what matters is the strength to overcome that tragedy and to build a peaceful world thereafter. Oh?
We're here to deliver the goods, but, are we interrupting something?
Not at all, Estelle, not at all. Allow me to introduce you. This is Josette. She's a student at the Genus Royal Academy.
The Genus Royal Academy.
Yes, I've heard of it. It's a boarding school located in the Rouen region.
That is correct. Pleased to meet you. My name is Josette Har.
I'm Estelle. Nice to meet you, Josette.
I'm Joshua. Pleased to meet you.
Actually, these two are bracers. The two of them are handling a personal request for me.
Bracers? The freewheeling, peace-loving proud knights who never bend to authority? This is like a dream come true. To think I would have the honor of meeting real-life racers.
Sheesh. A reaction like that's gonna make me blush. By the way, is it okay if I call you Josette?
Yes, please do.
What brings you here, Josette? Do you know the mayor?
Today was our first time meeting, as a matter of fact. I've been doing research on the important cultural properties of various regions. I knew he must be busy with his duties, but I couldn't help but ask for a brief audience with him.
Oh, sounds like you're quite the serious student. In that case, maybe we shouldn't interrupt.
Oh no, we've already finished our little conversation. If anything, I fear that I might be intruding.
Not at all. Estelle, since you're here, would you mind showing Josette what I asked you to bring?
Oh, sure. Hold on.
The Ismelis gem.
Oh my, that's a septium. The way it shines, it's positively stunning.
Yes, and it's absolutely massive. A perfectly fitting gift to express the gratitude of the citizens of Roland.
A gift?
Of gratitude? I see. So this is for the birthday celebration?
As sharp as ever, Joshua. I intend to have this be worked into an ornament as a gift for Queen Alicia. Her Majesty will soon turn 60, and this gift is to be a token of gratitude from the citizens of Roland.
Wow, a gift for the Queen!
That's wonderful!
We citizens of Liberal have always been under the care of Her Majesty. Even regular airship travel is all thanks to the generosity of the royal family.
I've heard they even provide assistance to the various Bracer Guild branches within the country. Come to think of it, they certainly have been a great help to all of us.
Whoa, this is incredible. Joshua, can you believe it? We were transporting a gift for the Queen.
Not to mention you were spinning it around like a toy.
Hey, you don't have to tell them that.
Stupid Estelle.
That's our Estelle.
Well, here you are, Mayor Klaus. I want to hand it over to you personally.
Handed over Septium Crystal to the mayor.
Yes, thank you for that. Now, if you don't mind. That should do it. All that's left is for Melder's Orbital Factory to craft this into a proper ornament. I must admit, I'm rather excited to see how it turns out.
Hey, no fair. You gotta show me when it's done too.
What a shame. To think I'll miss seeing it with my own eyes. Still, I was lucky enough to have a wonderful conversation with you all and see something truly fascinating. I cannot thank you all enough.
Oh, think nothing of it. I was merely doing my job as mayor.
Thank you very much. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Hold on, let's go together. We've gotta head out too.
Right. Mayor Klaus, if you'll excuse us.
Yes, and thank you both again.
Josette.
So you're heading back on the airship tomorrow?
Yes, that is my intention. School will be starting again soon, after all.
I see. So you've been visiting during your time off?
Aw, that's a shame. Here I was hoping we'd become fast friends. Still, I hope we'll get to see each other again.
Yes, I would like that as well. Well, good day to you, Estelle, Joshua.
What a nice kid. Definitely from a rich family, but not one bit stuck up.
Yeah.
Joshua? Ugh, don't tell me. She's totally your type, huh?
Huh? What are you saying?
Look at you getting all nervous. What a shock for your dear sister. Didn't think you were one to swoon for the classy lady types. Better think up some good pickup lines for the next time you meet.
Say whatever you want. Seriously, how can you be so off?
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, let's go report back to the guild. We still have work to do.
Oh, right. Let's do this.
Let's do this. End us in. Make it end stream. I am fucking tired. Sticky outs. Oh, there's like items. I see. Okay. I will surely. dawned on me that these glowing green orbs on the map are items. And I faintly remember running around to grab these. Yeah, here we go. Jump at the fence. That's okay, and there's one more. There. Shit, how do you get up there? Stairs inside? I can never remember.
Let me handle your ordnance.
Oh. Yes! I won't spoil.
What to pick, what to pick.
Come again.
I have played this game before. I can recognize characters as they appear. There's a way up there, I just don't remember how. Whatever. Not that big of a loss. It's Hennessy. Oh. Is there another mission?
Check it out.
Catch that cat. Oh, this is where the cat is, and this has to be done right away.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. There's like a brief window where this side mission appears, and you need to do it now. So let's get that done. What am I ever going to do? When is the bracer coming? Hi, lady. Are you waiting for bracers? That's right. Oh, could you be... Yep, I'm a bracer. Oh my, even you, little boy. Yes, I am too. Dear me, I'm so surprised. Is the name Bracer that common nowadays? Huh? Or perhaps you are siblings? That's it, that must be it. If you have the same name, you must be family. Well, we are sort of like siblings. Still, I think this person doesn't know anything about bracers. She thinks that bracer is a person's surname. You gotta be kidding. Oh, please, what are you two whispering to each other about? Let's just play along. It's a pain to correct her. Got it. So you seem to be in need of some kind of help. Oh, little boy, for such an adorable face, you sure are perceptive. Boys should always be so caring and attentive. Lady, are you sure you're in trouble? Oh yes, very much so. I'm in big trouble. My dear Errol hasn't come home. I took a nap at the cafe and now she's simply gone. Who is Errol? She's my kitten. She's so cute. And not only is her little face cute, but so is her personality. What color is your kitten's fur? Let me think. It's like the color of a wheat field under the shine of the setting sun. Like a light brown? She must be running around outside somewhere, so please find her. I understand. We'll look outside. We'll report back to you if we find her. I'll be right here waiting for you. Thank you, Bracer family.
Here we go, Estelle.
Stupidita. Okay, so... the cat runs around, I think. You have to find it like 3 or 4 times. Is it up in the tower? Can do. No. Not up here. There it is. Kitty. There goes. Joshua, did you see that cat? It must be the kitten that the lady was looking for. It has to be. We'd better chase after her. Let's go get this cat. It's that cat. And there it goes. Kitty, wait for me. I feel like in almost every Trails game, there's a fucking quest where you have to chase a cat around. I'll have to look that up. There's always a quest where you chase the cat. That cat. Hang on, Estelle. Maybe she's getting away. 10 minutes still. She went toward the chapel. Let's chase after her. Unbelievable. You're not getting away this time. Just stay still and let us catch you. Poor kitten. There he goes.
Adios. I thank you.
You're a kitty. Be a good kitty and let us catch you. Stay still, alright? Estelle, stop trying to corner her. What are we going to do if she jumps off the terrace? I know, but there's nothing else we can do. Come on, Errol, this way. Sorry for scaring you. Come on over, let's go back to that lady. Here you go. Meow. That's a good girl, Errol. Now let's go. Your owner is waiting for you. That's what happened. I think Errol was on her way back to you anyway. She's walking the direction of this cafe. Now that you mention it, maybe it's our fault that it took her so long getting back. No, that's not true. You still brought her back safe. I'm very grateful. I'm truly swooning over you, Mr. Bracer. Thank you. He's panicking. So polite. You're gonna make me fall for you. I'm sorry, but we need to get back to the guild to report this. Excuse us. See you later. I hope so.
Alright, quest completed.
Nice. That can be hit in.
Aww. Victor of the battle for the kitty's love is Joshua.
Joshua.
When did it become a battle? That's probably because I had more grace and kindness.
Those are fighting words, cheeky little Joshua.
Report. People at the mine reached out to us. They are very grateful for your help. I hope you include all that in the report as well. Alright then. Reporting what happened at the mine.
Tell me all about it.
There we go. You're doing even better than I hoped. Being able to adapt and handle unexpected emergencies is also what's part of what it means to be a bracer. I hope you'll keep it up. You can count on us. No, this is more like Estelle sticking her nose in the situation without being asked. Right. Hey, you make it sound like I'm some kind of serial busybody. Sound like. That's exactly what you are. It's probably a result of your naivety, nosy nature, and impulsive personality. Yeesh, Josh, aren't you being a little too harsh today? I mean, am I wrong? Now, no fighting. Let's discuss the final task you'll be doing in Cassius's place. You've heard of Liberal News, yes? It seems they need some help with a feature they're working on. Hey, isn't this that magazine we brought for Dad the other day? What are the odds? What exactly does helping them with a report entail? They'll be venturing into a dangerous area and need an escort. You'll have to ask them for details. The reporter and camera person are currently staying at the Hotel Roland. Ah, and here's your letter of introduction. Why don't we stop by and pay them a visit? Sounds good. Let's go.
I wonder if Dad's always doing
Okay.
this much work.
Probably. That's the difference between him and
That
us.
is where I'm going to
For
end.
now, I'll surpass him one of these days.
I want to hand in the kitty quest.
That sounds more like you.
I can.
I see.
Yes, okay, this gives me
Congratulations.
Nice.
You've ranked up. Here is your reward.
Poison Blade. This will be nice on
I've high
Joshua.
expectations for you kids.
It's not a game changer, but extra damage is extra damage. Let's see if I can get him a slot.
Let me handle your ordnance.
I can't decide.
Oh, I can't get him an extra slot. I'll replace his attack with it, I suppose.
Come again.
You need a shit ton of... Oh. Picked up on critical health. Not bad. Not very good, but not bad. Those kinds of builds where you're low HP, those are typically like later games like Cold Steel. Poison Blade. Taxing crass, especially because I'm using Flicker a lot. Not helpful on him. Okay, I was just checking to make sure if it was worth any. But I don't know what costumes you get for the. Oh yeah. Or I get carried away. That is where I'm going to be ending for tonight. I may return to this on a future stream. I haven't decided yet, because this game is going to be a large time investment. And with October on the horizon, I'm looking forward to playing more horror games, especially Silent Hill F, once that comes out next week. So, this down. Yeah. That is where I'll be ending for tonight, so let me check something. Okay, so yeah, that is one of my favorite JRPG series ever. It is my favorite JRPG series ever. But I just need to check something really fast, just in case I missed something. Doesn't look like I have, so that's fine. Okay. Yes. That is where I'm going to be ending for the night. So, I think the game actually fucking launched, right? Like, I can buy it right now? Let me double check. Less than an hour, okay. I don't know if I'll be up for less than an hour, but I'll be sure to purchase that immediately once I awaken tomorrow. My next stream will probably be... It might be Saturday, we'll see. We'll see. Might play more Trails. I haven't decided yet. We'll see, we'll definitely see for sure. But to anyone watching, thank you for tuning in. And thanks for hanging out. Yes, GG's. Sarksic. Yeah. We'll see you again in a few days. As always, Wanderers. Take care and farewell.